It is hot and windy, and for the month of June at American Legion Baseball, things feel just right. The Great Bend Chiefs get set to host the Dodge City A's this Wednesday afternoon in Great Bend for a doubleheader, Game 1 at just moments away. Thanks for listening on GreatBendPost.com. Cole Ripe with you, Landon Winkler, our producer at 12th and Baker here in Great Bend, as we get this doubleheader started with the Dodge City A's. Second time these two teams have faced each other so far in the season. The Great Bend Chiefs started out their year out in Dodge City at Demon Park as they picked up one win, one loss against the Dodge City A's, winning 3-2 in the first game and falling in the second game by a score of 7-4. Since then, Great Bend now 6-2 on the season, winners of 3 straight games, including this past Sunday as they got 2 wins in the doubleheader, or the Great Bend Triangular, knocking off the Southeast Kansas Elite team in game number 1, 8-0, and then a 10-0 shutout against the Larned Indians later that afternoon on Sunday. So for Great Bend, winners of 3 straight games and get a doubleheader against Dodge City, coming in with a record of 6-2. Head coach Randy Beck talked with him earlier this afternoon at the sports complex after so many nail biters early on in the season. 3-2 win against Dodge, 7-4 against Dodge, 5-4 against Larned, 4-3 against Larned, and then 9-7 against Hayes and a 4-3 game against Hayes. It was nice to not only get a couple of shutouts, but 8-0 in the first game and 10-0 in that second game against Larned.
Absolutely. We haven't been comfortable really the whole season. It's, like you said, been nail biters and coming down to the last inning or extra innings to get it done. And it was nice to see us come out and swing it a little bit. And our pitchers did a really good job, 2 shutouts. That's a big day for us.
Scoring 18 runs in those 2 games. Amazing what that quick doubleheader does for some of the offensive numbers. They look pretty good now with a few more guys starting to rise a little bit in their averages.
Yeah, and they helped us out a little bit defensively. They made a few miscues here and there, and we capitalized on it. And that's what you have to do when you're playing good teams is, they give you that opportunity, you have to take it. And I sure hope that carries over today against Dodge because they're a good team. And there's going to be some errors today just because, 30-mile-an-hour wind out of the south. Things are going to happen. We just got to have fewer mistakes than them.
Tyler Stulsot's been hitting the ball pretty well here as of late. What has he been seeing so far here in the last few games?
Well, he's been seeing the ball well. I know that. He's worked himself up to the 2-hole in the lineup, and he's just been doing some really good things for us, clutch hits as well, just not coming out with nobody on, and he's really turned it on as of late here.
Dodge City, team you saw to start out the season, you split with the A's going 1-1. What do you expect out of them here the second time?
I expect 2 battles again. Hopefully, the wind plays a factor, in games like this, but I expect nothing but, close games and getting after it, and, hopefully we come out on top at the end.
With 2 more games here today in doubleheader fashion, you feel like you're kind of prepared to see maybe your bigger tournament coming up for the first time this weekend?
Yeah. We're going to throw a lot of kids tonight just to make sure everybody's fresh for the weekend. So this is kind of a tune-up, but, that doesn't matter because, every kid we throw out there throws anyway. So it's a good thing for us, I think, going into the weekend so that everybody, sees some mound time and gets after it and is in tune.
That is Randy Beck, head coach of the Great Bend American Legion Chiefs. And, it is kind of a final tune-up before their first big tournament of the season, as they'll be out in McPherson starting up on Friday and then Saturday as well for the Hooper Showcase in McPherson and also hosted in Buhler as well. But Great Bend at home this afternoon as they take on Dodge City for the second time of the 2021 campaign. Tyler Stulsot's talked about his hitting ability here as of late. He'll be the starting pitcher this evening for game number 1. His counterpart, Aaron Trent of Dodge City. Looking at the offensive lineup for the Great Bend Chiefs, Jade Poe will lead things off. He'll start at catcher. Tyler Stulsot's the pitcher, hitting second. Paco Hernandez in left field, hitting third. Steph Spray at first base this evening. He'll be hitting fourth. Gavin Haberman, the center fielder, hitting fifth. Brad Beck, the third baseman, in the sixth hole. Matthew Mader in right field, hitting seventh. Edwin Chavez playing shortstop. He'll be hitting eighth. Joseph Mader makes his debut after sitting out the first few games of the season due to an injury. He'll be in the DH spots for Great Bend, so not playing defensively, but in the offensive alignment. And then Bradley Hopkins, the second baseman, will round out things as 10 batters getting up to the plate for Great Bend. So Stulsatz on the mound. Aaron Trent, his counterpart, on the other side, leads things off for the Dodge City A's as a right-handed batter takes strike number 1. Matt Freese behind him on deck. He's the shortstop for Dodge City. And then Caleb Miles was due up here in this inning. Ground ball left side. Edwin Chavez picks it up and makes the angle throw back over to first base for out number 1. So a couple pitches for Tyler Stulsatz and 1 out recorded in the top of the first inning as we get underway a little bit early here this afternoon. First pitch coming down the line at 5:53 this Wednesday evening. Cole Reif with you, Landon Winkler, our producer here in Great Bend. Glad to have you with us on GreatBendPost.com. We'll have some more broadcasts coming your way this weekend for that McPherson tournament. Tim Gross will have the call here on Great Bend Post as Matt Freese steps into the box and Stulsatz unable to locate on the first offering outside for ball number 1. Get to the rest of that Dodge City lineup. Right after Stulsatz brings in the 0-1 pitch, a pop-up right side. Will stay on the infield. Steph Spray coming in, called off by Bradley Hopkins. Second baseman comes in with a squeeze for out number 2. So a couple quiet outs so far. 2 outs recorded in the top of the first inning. Here comes Caleb Miles. Miles will be starting in left field this afternoon. Gio Garcia behind him, the starting catcher. Remington Miller, the second baseman, hitting 5th for Dodge City. Chasten Keck, the third baseman, hitting 6th. Tucker Smith, the center fielder, hitting 7th. Jared Cleason, the right fielder, he'll be in the 8th spot. And Landon Elling, the first baseman, hitting 9th. Foul ball goes behind home plate for strike number 1 to Miles. So the first 2 times that these two teams met up back in Dodge City on June 9th, a little bit different story. Dodge City had a lot of numbers. Great Bend was the one that was kind of limping into their debut of the 2021 season with only 10 guys suited up as the 0-1 pitch pushed over right side, but going foul. Now, no balls, 2 strikes. A little bit different case here for Dodge City as they have a handful of players that play on different teams. And, of course, summer pulls all these student athletes in different directions. No balls, 2 strikes on Caleb Miles. Stulsatz brings it in. Another ground ball goes to Edwin Chavez's way at shortstop. That makes another routine play for out number 3. So a 1-2-3 inning for Tyler Stulsatz and the Great Bend Chiefs as they have a 0-0 ball game. Getting ready for the bottom of the first inning at the Great Bend Sports Complex on GreatBendPost.com. A hot, sunny day this Wednesday in Great Bend as the Great Bend American Legion Chiefs taking on Dodge City at the Sports Complex. 0-0 game as we go to the bottom of the first inning with the Chiefs coming up with Jade Poe, Tyler Stulsatz, and Paco Hernandez. Right at 99 degrees this Wednesday. The low set for 68. So after we went through 2 relatively colder days to start out the week on Monday and Tuesday, back out to normal here as we continue to push through late June with the high set just below 100 degrees and not really letting off much as we get closer to the weekend. As it'll be a hot couple of days out in McPherson and Buhler for the Great Bend Chiefs as they get set for the Hooper Showcase coming up this weekend. So for the Chiefs, a quiet defensive inning. 1-2-3 for Dodge City. And now the Chiefs trying to take advantage in the bottom of the first inning with Jade Poe, Tyler Stulsatz, Paco Hernandez. Rest of the offensive lineup for head coach Randy Beck, Steph Spray, Haberman, Beck, Mater, Chavez, Joseph Beck, or Joseph Mater, then Bradley Hopkins, all batting. Sage Kelsch, it was a busy day. There were a handful of Great Bend players that were out competing in Garden playing for basketball earlier today. made it back just in time, a little past 5 o'clock to get going here for baseball as Aaron Trent brings in strike number 1 right down the middle to Jade Poe. So there's about 4 or 5 guys that were playing basketball earlier today. Now quickly got back to Great Bend, suited up for baseball about an hour before first pitch as he 0-1. Poe shoots this one out into left center field, continues to push back. That wind coming out of the south pushes it off the wall, off the top of the ledge of the fence for Jade Poe. The wind coming out of the south, if you push one out to left or left center field, you're going to have a chance this afternoon. Jade Poe gets one into the stream and hits it off the fence for a leadoff double. Here comes Tyler Stulsatz. So I mentioned those guys making the trip from Garden Plain playing basketball. Sage Kelsch not with the team for game number 1. So he is not in that lineup either defensively or offensively, but expected to be back for the second game as he was playing some of the later games for the Great Bend Panthers summer basketball team as Aaron Trent comes right at Stulsatz for strike number 1. The leadoff double, Poe takes his lead after the second base bag. Now Stulsatz gets underneath of this one on the bottom of the barrel and pops it up over the left side, grabbed by Keck at third base for out number 1. One out recorded, bottom of the first inning, 0-0 game. Poe stands strong at second base as Paco Hernandez will come up to the plate. Great Bend coming in with a record of 6-2 on the season. Winners of 3 straight games. They picked up that second win against Hayes last Wednesday night at home. And then the 2 wins this past Sunday at the Sports Complex, knocking off the Buckland team or Southeast Kansas Elite 8-0. And then defeating Larned 10-0 as Hernandez swings at the first one. This is a blue pip out in the left field and go right in front of Miles, the left fielder. Smith, the center fielder, covering him, and Poe, who's kind of stuck in between second and third, didn't know if he needed to go or not, will make his way down to third as Hernandez able to slide into second base. So after Miles couldn't come up with a catch out in left field, it rolled slowly behind him, not too far, before it was cut off by the center fielder, Tucker Smith. And that allows Hernandez to make his way down to second. Here's Steph Spray with runners at second and third and 1 out in the bottom of the first inning in a 0-0 game. Trent brings in the first one, off-speed pitch called strike 1 against Spray. Steph has been solid all season long so far, entering their 9th game as he takes a cut at the second pitch, and it's snow-coned over by the shortstop, Matt Freeze, who quickly comes up and looks around. Both runners get back to their bags safely, but a line-out shot by Steph Spray. 2 gone with runners at second and third for Gavin Haberman. So after a leadoff double by Jade Poe, a pop-up by Stulsatz, a 2-bagger for Hernandez, but 2 outs now after the line-out by Spray. Here's Gavin Haberman with runners at second and third. Trent brings in a pitch outside on the fastball for ball number 1. Haberman trying to get that batting average up as we've seen a number of the Great Bend Chiefs able to keep that average going up here over the last 3 or 4 games. A number of guys starting to hit a little bit better. Haberman trying to get in that same category as he sits on the 1-0 pitch that misfires outside again. Ricochets away from the catcher, Gio Garcia, but not far enough to allow Poe to come in to score, as he does have the courtesy runner over at third base now. 2 balls, no strikes. Haberman at the plate with runners at second and third. 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Trent brings in one straight across home plate, but rises high, and it'll go to 3 balls. Dodge City, Aaron Trent have a base to give up as a 3-0 pitch comes in on the upper part of the strike zone for strike number 1. The wind really hasn't been that bad over the last couple of weeks for Great Bend games as the 3-1 pitch comes in tight to Haberman and he draws a walk with 2 outs. I say not that bad for Kansas standards, but now it's really starting to pick up here this Wednesday evening and really all day. Out of the south at 25, 30 miles per hour. Imagine gusts getting up higher than that. As will be Brad Beck coming up to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs at the bottom of the first inning. But all these right-handed batters will have a chance if they get underneath one to really drive one to the fence as Beck holds off on a pitch on the outer part of the plate called for strike number 1. Beck hitting .286 so far in the season with 8 hits in their 8 games. Coming into this matchup with Dodge City, 0-1 pitch, misfires outside from Trent, 1 ball, 1 strike. Beck, you look at the rest of his numbers on the year, 3 RBIs, has walked once, struck out 6 times. On-base percentage at .310. Bases loaded, Trent sends in the 1-1 pitch, can't find the fastball outside as it goes to 2 balls, 1 strike on Beck. Beck starting at third base this afternoon for the first game in the 6th slot in that offensive lineup as a 2-1 brought in. Swings at this one, cuts it back left side, picked up by Keck at third base, makes the throw to first. Did he push him off the bag? Yes. That allows the run to score. The throw off target to Landon Elling took him off the bag. Beck is in safely, and Great Bend comes in to score with the bases loaded. There's Matthew Mater with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning and a 1-0 lead for Great Bend. Well, Chasten Keck, he gobbled that up nicely at third base and was coming in on the grass. And just a throw off target to his first baseman, Landon Elling. There's Mater, eyes one outside for ball number 1. So Great Bend, who's in jeopardy of not being able to capitalize after a leadoff double with 2 outs and runners at second and third. It will get at least 1 in. Mater looking for more. Chopper, left side, shortstop. Matt Freeze has another angled throw to first. This time he keeps his foot down the bag on a well-targeted throw from Matt Freeze, and the final out is recorded. But for Great Bend, a couple hits, including a couple doubles by Poe and Hernandez, and have a 1-0 lead after 1 inning in Great Bend. It is Great Bend Chiefs Baseball and GreatBendPost.com. Great Bend Chiefs end up stranding 3 runners in the bottom of the first inning, but get a run across to lead it 1-0 against Dodge City this Wednesday evening for game number 1 of the doubleheader. Big thanks to Scott Mater and the Mater family at taking this opportunity to acknowledge the many athletes who represent the community well. Scott Mater and the Mater family thank all the parents who sacrifice time and energy every year to see that their children have the opportunity to compete at their sports or activity. One of many sponsors here bringing us some Legion Baseball in 2021 on GreatBendPost.com. Cole Ripe with you, ready for the top of the second inning as Gio Garcia to lead things off for Dodge, followed by Remington Miller and Chasten Keck. Tyler Stulsatz and the Great Bend defense had about as easy of a first inning as you could get. A couple ground outs and a pop-up over to second base for the first 3 outs of the ballgame. So Stulsatz will go back to work as the left-handed pitcher since in the first one. Cut out to right field. Matthew Mater comes in charging, slides in and grabs it. Angling in to the left. Matthew Mater comes diving head first and comes up with a grab out in right field. And 1 out recorded in the top of the second inning for Remington Miller.
Number 13, Remington Miller.
It was one of those coming off the bat. You first want to make sure you have that right read. And then came in charging and comes up with the dramatic catch for out number 1 as Miller takes the first pitch from Stulsatz for ball number 1. 1-0 Great Bend on top of the second inning with 1 out. Dodge City patient on the first 2 pitches here for Miller as this one stays outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, for Great Bend, it was almost a sigh of relief after getting 2 fairly easy wins this past Sunday as the 2-0 pitch is fouled off, rolling back to the back netting. 2 balls, 1 strike on Miller. After so many nail-biters that Great Bend has had in their first 6 games before Sunday, including 6 games decided by 3 runs or less to start out the season, and then including 4 games that were decided by 1 run. As the 2-1 pitch misfires outside, 3 balls, 1 strike to Miller. After so many close games, just to blow out SK Elite, then Larned Sunday here in Great Bend felt really good. 3-1 pitch unable to locate. Now a walk given up by Stulsatz with 1 out in the top of the second inning as Miller will take his free bag. Now, it wasn't nearly as windy Sunday afternoon and Sunday morning in those two games against SK Elite out of Buckland and then Larned in that game, but Great Bend was also aided by a number of errors in both those two contests. As now Keck swings at the first one, ground ball. Chavez comes in just in front of the dirt, makes the play at second for the force out. Long throw to first, no, not there in time. That was a slow developing double play attempt for Great Bend, but luckily Keck wasn't the quickest of feet coming down to first base. They almost had him, but he gets in safely. But Great Bend takes out the lead runner in a fielder's choice. Now 2 outs for Tucker Smith, starting out in center field this afternoon for game number 1. Well, Stulsatz getting the starts here, making his 4th appearance on the mound, his 3rd start of the season, coming in with a record of 2-1. First offering popped up right side. Steph Sprague comes in, foul territory underneath it, and squeezes it in with that first baseman's glove for the final outs of the top of the second inning. So Dodge City, they get their first base runner on a walk, but end up stranding him. And Great Bend has a 1-0 lead, taking it to the bottom of the second inning on GreatBendPost.com. One 1-0 Great Bend on top of Dodge City as we get ready for the bottom of the second inning with the Chiefs coming up to the plate. Big thanks to the Fieldhouse, the premier athletic training facility. Join them for their open gym from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, only $5 per session. You can join the Fieldhouse to get access to their amazing trainers, group fitness classes, and a community of fitness-focused individuals cheering you on, state-of-the-art gym equipment, and a lot more. Get unlimited classes for only $65 a month at the Fieldhouse in Great Bend. 1-0 Great Bend on top as they look to add to the lead after they got off to a quick start in the first inning with a leadoff double by Jade Poe. Then Hernandez followed it up 2 batters later with a 2-bagger as well. They had second and third, though, for a time with 2 outs, and it was in jeopardy of stranding everybody without scoring a single run. Then Haberman drew a walk, then Beck reached on a throwing error and able to get on board and score a run. 1-0 Great Bend as Edwin Chavez leads off the bottom of the second inning for Great Bend. Coming out hitting, this one finds a spot right in front of the right fielder, Jared Cleason, as he cuts this one off. One pitch by Aaron Trent, and Chavez shoots it out into right field. A leadoff single, so back-to-back innings that Great Bend has started out with leadoff hits. And now Joseph Mader will come up to the plate for the Chiefs, making his debut in 2021 after missing the previous 8 games as he was trying to get back from an injury, an ankle injury that he suffered during the basketball season and letting that one heal. And he was out in Garden playing some basketball earlier this afternoon, and you can tell he has that big brace on that left ankle as he shows bunt on the first offering and unable to make any contact, and strike number 1 is called against Joseph. So good just to get another body back in the lineup for Great Bend. Of course, playing without Sage Kelsch here for game number 1 as he was also playing some basketball for the Great Bend Panthers during Summer League, as he is anticipated to be back for the second game for the Chiefs. Chavez takes a little bounce off the first base bag as Mader, not showing bunt anymore, takes another pitch for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes now in Joseph Mader in his first at-bat of the summer. $11 guys out for the Chiefs baseball team as Mader gets a piece of this one, lines it through the hole of third and second, and his first at-bat ends up with a single for Mader, and Chavez with the wheels, able to go from first to third, and runners on the corners now for the Chiefs with nobody out in the bottom of the second inning, leading 1-0. Not a bad way to start out the summer for Joseph Mader after missing the first 8 games. Welcome back, Joseph, as he leads things off with a single in his first AB. And here's Bradley Hopkins, the 10th batter in that lineup for head coach Randy Beck.
Number 7, Bradley Hopkins.
Hopkins, along with Stulsatz, another one of those batters that has been seeing the ball really well over the last couple weeks. As he waits the first one from Aaron Trent, showing bunt as the first pitch burns in there for strike number 1. Hopkins is able to get his average over 300 now, sitting at 316 coming into this doubleheader against Dodge City. 4 RBIs, 6 hits, on base percentage at 350. As Trent, the right-handed pitcher, brings in the 0-1 pitch. Hopkins, bunt, goes down to the right side. Only play is at first, and Great Bend will score as Chavez has no problems whatsoever burning down the third base line and comes in to score for Great Bend, who takes a 2-0 lead as Hopkins does his job with the sac bunts. And now Jade Poe comes back up to the plate with Mater down at second base.
The catcher, number 33, Jade Poe.
So Poe, who got one out into that wind stream here on a windy Wednesday evening, as Trent steps off the rubber as he was trying to eye back Mater at the second base bag. Probably on a normal condition day, Poe's hit caught in middle depth of the left fielder. Wind coming out of the south, closing in on 30 miles per hour. That ended up going to the fence as he pops this one right side, comes down on one hop before it hits the netting for a strike on Poe. 4 hits so far for Great Bend. Dodge City still looking for their first hit as we are through an inning and a half. 1 out, bottom of the second inning, 2-0 Great Bend on top. Mater takes his lead at second base. Poe looking to continue the hot start here for the Chiefs as he takes a pitch on the outer part of this, a little bit outside. As a call for ball number 1 to Poe. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Poe hitting .208 so far this summer with 5 hits through 8 games. Now it's 6 hits after that double to lead off the ball game. 1-1 pitch comes in beneath the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Jade Poe. Couple RBIs for Poe as he has a runner down at second base. Another one of those Great Bend Chiefs that just has a good on-base percentage as he looks one in outside. Now 3 balls, 1 strike after an opening strike on a pop-up that went into foul territory for Poe. A hot day, Great Bend and Dodge coming out aggressive, swinging the bats. Kate the strike zone on the 3-1 pitch, takes it to 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody likes those overly patient at-bats in innings when it's 99 degrees and the wind coming at about 30 miles per hour. 3-2, ground ball left side, stays fair, picked up by Keck at third base. Eyes the runner Mater at second, and then the throw down to first. Did Poe run it out? That's going to be the case as Mater makes his way down to third. Pretty good speed by Jade Poe, able to run one out. As Chasten Keck again unable to get that ball over in time. And now first and third with 1 out for Great Bend, and Tyler Stulsatz coming up to the plate. And a quick visit with Gio Garcia and Aaron Trent on the mounds. Right now as the rest of the infield for the Dodge City A's will come in to talk things over. Well, Great Bend, after getting a couple of 8-0 and 10-0 wins on Sunday, that brought the offense early on here against Dodge City in the bottom of the second inning as they have a 2-0 lead. Talk about all those close games that Great Bend had through the first 6 games. 4 of those first 6 games were decided by 1 run. Luckily for the Chiefs, though, to start off the season, they've been winning those close games for the most part, as they went 4-0 in games decided by 1 run and 4-2 in games decided by 3 runs or less, as they lost by 2 to Hayes, 9-7 in that first game against Hayes last Wednesday, and fell to Dodge City 7-4 to start out the season out at Demon Field. Mound visit is over. Runners at first and third for Great Bend on top 2-0 with 1 out in the bottom of the second inning as Stulsatz takes the first offering for strike number 1. Stulsatz 1 foot out of the box, looks over to head coach Randy Beck down the third base box side as he steps back in, awaiting the 0-1. Runner from first will go. Stulsatz blasts one out into deep left center field. Coming in for the catch is Miles. It'll be deep enough to tag up Mater from third base as he is up, and Great Bend takes a 3-0 lead on the sac fly by Tyler Stulsatz. So So 1 run in the first inning for Great Bend. And they tack on a couple more here in the second inning. Bradley Hopkins coming in with a sac bunt that brought in a run for Great Bend. And now Stulsatz comes through with the sac fly for the Chiefs. Here's Paco Hernandez, who is 1 for 1 early on against Dodge City. Mentioned not exactly the same Dodge City team we saw to start out the season back on June 9th. As Trent gets set, first pitch to Hernandez outside for ball number 1. We have a couple guys Dodge City does that play on a different traveling team throughout the summer, not with the team here for the second go-around against the Chiefs, as this one stays out and above the zone for ball number 2 now to Hernandez. 3-0, Great Bend on top, runner down at first, and a couple outs for Hernandez. Paco, another one of those guys trying to get his average up a little bit. Now the runner going down the second, and Trent saw him out of the corner of his eye, steps off the rubber, and they easily tag out Stulsatz, making his way down to second. So an awkward end to the second inning for Great Bend, but they add 2 more runs in the second inning to take a 3-0 lead against the Dodge City A's. We are through 2. Great Bend 3, Dodge City 0. You're listening to Chiefs Baseball at GreatBendPost.com.
I'd like to take a moment to thank our 2021 Great Bend American Legion sponsors, World Series, Chris and Judy Spray. We'd like to thank them for their support of American Legion Baseball.
3-0, Great Bend on top of the Dodge City A's in game number 1 of the doubleheader at the Great Bend Sports Complex. Cole Reif with you, Landon Winkler, our producer. Big thanks to Venture Corporation. Founded in the 1970s, has just continued to grow and grow, is now one of the largest asphalt contractors in Kansas. Today, Venture, a lot more than just asphalt paving, as they have over 150 employees, 4 portable plants, and a production over 900,000 tons of asphalt annually. That is Venture Corporation, reminding you to shop at home and help a neighbor. 3-0, Great Bend on top. Tyler Stulsatz mentioned the starting pitcher here this afternoon, trying to get his 3rd win of the season. And you got to think that, talking with Randy Beck earlier this afternoon, that going to try to pitch a lot of guys here today. So good start for Great Bend on top, 3-0 with that weekend tournament coming up in McPherson. Their arms are already going to be tested really for the first time on the season, with multiple games coming up Friday and Saturday. So expecting to see a lot of guys get out on the mound, especially if they can jump out to lead. But Stulsatz has just been cruising through the first 2 innings, though. He's in pretty good shape right now as he comes back out for the 3rd inning. And this will take on the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, and Jared Cleason, Landon Elling, and Aaron Trent all due up in the 3rd. 3-0, Great Bend on top. Stulsatz sends in the first one. Slow roller, catcher Jade Poe picks it up just to the left and zips it down the first for out number 1. Not an easy play for Jade Poe, having to flip off that mask and then sprint over about 10, 12 feet over down the third base side, and then pick it up and make a good throw around the runner, but able to do so to get the first out. Here's Landon Elling coming up to the plate. Dodge City only bringing 10 players this Wednesday evening to Great Bend. So they have 1 substitute on that lineup as Stulsatz finds the zone on the first pitch to Elling. Well, Stulsatz, looking at his stats, 2-1 coming on to this matchup. He has pitched 12 innings as he gets a little number that rolls foul. No balls, 2 strikes on Elling. 12 innings pitched for Stulsatz, making his 4th appearance, his 3rd start to the season. And along with Hernandez, leads the team in ERA, a 1.75 ERA coming into the matchup with Dodge City. 0-2 pitch, trying to locate outside, misses just by a little bit. 1 ball, 2 strikes now in Elling. Stulson's got roughed up in that ball game against Dodge City to start out this season in game number 2 at Demon Field. As the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Poe quickly tags out the runner after dropping it for a strikeout. The first strikeout for Stulson's, 2 outs in the books for Aaron Trent. But since that game, back on June 9th for Stulson's in Dodge City, as he picked up the loss, he went 5 innings against the A's. Gave up 9 hits, 5 runs, a walk, and struck out 5 batters in that outing, as Trent takes the first pitch beneath the zone for ball number 1. Since that ball game, Stulson's has been nearly untouchable. After giving up 9 hits against Dodge City back on June 9th, he's only given up 3 hits in his last 3 outings, as this one hit sharply foul near the Dodge City dugouts for strike number 1 to Aaron Trent. So Stulson's and this pitching staff for Great Bend, they've been in a groove as he sends in the 1-1. There's a slow roller that dies even more off the grass. Hopkins comes in just in front of the dirt and pushes it back over to Spray for out number 3. Couple ground outs and a strikeout for Stulson's and the Great Bend defense as they are holding on to their 3-0 lead through 2.5 innings here in Great Bend. The 6-2 Great Bend Chiefs taking on Dodge City in Legion baseball action this Wednesday evening. A 3-0 Great Bend on top as we get set for the bottom of the 3rd inning. As will be the middle of the lineup, and Hernandez, Spray, and Haberman all coming up. Today's game brought to you in part by Animal Medical Center, large or small. They take care of them all. Listen for their monthly specials on our Eagle Radio and whole broadcasting station. The clinic offers retail products for pet care and nutrition, and boasts a clean, open hospital environment at AMC, Animal Medical Center, in Great Bend and Ellenwood. 3-0 Great Bend on top. Hernandez, Spray, Haberman all coming up for the Chiefs, looking to win their 4th straight game after getting a win in the second game of the doubleheader against Hayes last Wednesday night at home, 4-3, and then the 2 shutout wins against SK Elite and Larned in their Great Bend Triangular this past Sunday. So it's been a lot of home games for Great Bend after starting the season on the road in Dodge City. They have been at home since. 2 games against Larned, 2 games against Hayes, the Triangular Sunday. Now their 7th and 8th straight home games here this Wednesday evening, taking on Dodge City for the 2nd time. This is really supposed to be potentially the 3rd matchup with Great Bend and Dodge City, as Dodge City was set to be in that Great Bend Chiefs tournament this past weekend, but after Dodge City had to pull out of that tournament, they switched things up for a triangular on Sunday with Larned and the team out of Buckland. So unable to play the A's this past weekend, but meeting up in a doubleheader fashion here this Wednesday evening in Great Bend. Hernandez takes the first pitch outside for ball number 1. The lefty awaiting the second one. Gets underneath this one, pops it up, foul territory. Catcher Garcia goes back in front of the Great Bend dugout and charges in for the catch and out number 1. So Hernandez, who's able to get a hit his first time up, unlucky on this one as he pops up behind the catcher. That'll send up Steph Spray, who hit the ball hard his first time up, but lined out to the shortstop. 1 out, bottom of the 3rd inning, 3-0 Great Bend on top. The Chiefs sitting at 6-2 on the season, their 2 losses. Dodge City in their 2nd game of the season, and then losing that first one to Hayes in the first ball game against the Eagles last Wednesday night. And that was a game in which Great Bend definitely had their chance, as Great Bend had a 7-6 lead against the Hayes Eagles going into the top of the 7th inning, needed 3 outs. But it was Kreitzer coming up with a bases-loaded triple to take the lead for Hayes, and the Chiefs unable to do anything in the bottom half of the inning. Went on to lose 9-7, but responded with a 4-3 victory in the 2nd game against the Eagles. Here's the first pitch to Steph Spray that is dialed up for strike number 1. Great Bend, after a number of doubleheaders with their first tournament action this upcoming weekend in McPherson and Buehler, so they'll go back and forth between the 2 sites as this one bounces outside. 2 balls, 1 strike now in Spray. That first game is Friday. It will be against the Kansas Senators, and they move things up an hour as the 2-1 pitch. In on the hands on Spray as he pops one over the left side. Shortstop Freeze gets underneath this one about 5 feet into the grass in left field and comes up with a catch. 2 outs, bottom of the third inning, 3-0, Great Bend on top. So after hot and windy for most of the week, we'll see some chances at showers in central Kansas coming up in the next couple of days, which puts a couple of question marks on the games coming up in McPherson for the Great Bend Chiefs in that Hooper Showcase. As now Haberman takes a pitch outside for ball number 1. So a chance of rain even a little bit higher and more often in McPherson area Friday and Saturday. They move things up on Friday to start up at 11 o'clock for the Chiefs against the Kansas Senators, and then they'll have a 3:20 game on Friday against this line of Falcons. Trent unable to locate on the second offering to Haberman. Here comes the 2-0 from the right-handed pitcher. In on the hands again, and out in front of it is Haberman as it goes foul. 2 balls, 1 strike. They're a good group of teams that are coming to the McPherson area this weekend for that Bob Hooper Showcase. So Great Bend will be able to see some good competition. Salina usually fields a really good team. We'll see Salina in that second game on Friday at 3:20. That game will be in McPherson. That first game, again, Buhler against the Kansas Senators. Tim Gross will have the call here on GreatBendPost.com. Again, outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. Trent sends it in, stays alive on Haberman to take it to a full count as he pushes one through the zone. So for the Chiefs, this is considered their last home game, 2 home games of the regular season. Haberman drills one right into center field. A line drive shot by Haberman, and with 2 outs, Great Bend has their 5th hit of the ball game, and that'll bring up Brad Beck. So this will be the final home 2 games for the Great Bend Chiefs as they'll be on the road coming up this weekend in McPherson. And after traveling to McPherson, they'll be in Salina for a triangular with Salina and Pratt. And then they follow that up with that Lincoln, Nebraska tournament, July 9th and 10th and 11th. And then they're still looking for a game the week of July 12th in July, but right now still empty. And then they'll be able to host the zone tournament, but that won't be here at the sports complex. That'll be taking place at Barton Community College. So final home games of the season for the Great Bend Chiefs next summer on turf here at the Great Bend Sports Complex. So Brad Beck at the plate with a runner down to first, going on the first pitch to Beck as he pops it up but goes out of play behind home plate. No balls, 1 strike on Beck, who reached on an error his first time up and also brought in a run with the bases loaded on a throwing error. The tough thing for Great Bend and Dodge City coming out is maintenance crew here at the sports complex, unaware that Great Bend had a doubleheader tonight. They were running the sprinklers pretty heavy today and this afternoon here at the sports complex. So luckily for Great Bend and Dodge City, it's hot and windy this Wednesday as the 0-1 pitch is in there for strike number 2 to Beck. So hot and windy will help out your cause, but it was a little damp out there in some of the outfield spots and then even right around the dugout. Especially you can see that before the game started right near the third base dugout where the Chiefs reside. Some of the water was still coming out. No balls, 2 strikes. Caught Great Bend leaning down at first base, and they will tag him out. So Haberman got caught leaning towards second. Good pickoff move by Aaron Trent to finish off the inning, as Beck will have to finish his at-bats coming up in the next 4th inning. 3-0 Great Bend on top as we are through 3 at the sports complex. You're listening to Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com.
Thank you for your support of American Legion Baseball.
Getting ready to go in the fourth inning between Great Bend and Dodge City for Legion Baseball and GreatBendPost.com. Cole Reif with you. Today's game brought to you in part by Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. For every project, Empire will provide free estimates, a project timeline, and quality workmanship. Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. 3-0 Great Bend on top. That bottom half of the third inning, the first half inning that Great Bend has had without scoring at least one run. After putting up one in the first, then two more in the second. But luckily for Great Bend, Dodge City scoreless through the first three. In fact, only one base runner for Dodge City, yet to have a hit against Tyler Stulsatz as he brings in the first pitch for strike number one to Matt Freeze. Actually, Aaron Trent, excuse me, after we'll lead things off. Stulsatz unable to locate on the first one. For the second pitch, now 1 ball, 1 strike. So Dodge City still looking for that first hit of the ball game. Here's a ground ball up the middle, has a chance and will get by Hopkins. Unable to locate that one as it pushed its way through the middle. And right on cue, Dodge City has their first hit of the game. They start out the fourth inning trailing 3-0.
The shortstop, number 4, Matt Freeze.
So Freeze will come up. Had a pretty good outing against Great Bend the first go-around on June 9th. In on the hands, pops it over right side, now quickly pushing backwards for strike number 1. So Stulsatz has 1 strikeout so far on his outing. Mentioned Great Bend wanting to watch the arms with games coming up on Friday, including 2 games Friday in McPherson for the tournament. You can't expect too many guys to go too far. Stulsatz making his way through the fourth, but he's had a pretty casual go of it. In there for a strike, throw down to second as the runner goes, but in safely is Aaron Trent. No balls, 2 strikes on Freeze. Now a runner down at second with nobody out in the top of the fourth inning. Dodge City trying to capitalize, picking up their first hit of the game here in the fourth inning as Stulsatz trying to recover. The lefty looks back at second, brings in the 0-2 pitch, and this one slicing foul down the first base line as they'll stay at no balls and 2 strikes on Matt Freeze. So we'll have the broadcast for you coming up on Friday and the rest of the weekend in McPherson as Tim Gross will have the call on GreatBendPost.com. Kansas Senators, Salina Falcons, the first 2 foes for Great Bend on Friday. And then depending how you do in pool play, those first 2 games, they'll be seeded. The top 8 teams getting into the championship bracket. And there's 14 teams in McPherson as the 0-2 pitch well outside to Freeze for ball number 1. And then the bottom 6 teams will go into a consolation bracket. So Great Bend trying to do well in pool play to get themselves in the championship bracket coming up this weekend in McPherson and Buhler. Stulsatz sets for the 1-2 pitch, steps off the rubber, throws it to second. A dart goes underneath the glove of Hopkins, rolls down to center field, and Trent will make his way down to third for Dodge City with nobody out in the top of the fourth inning. So first time of the game that Stulsatz and the Great Bend defense has been in trouble. With nobody out, now runner down at third as Freeze trying to stay strong on a 1-2 count. Stulsatz sets as the wind blows in from the south, and a foul tip straight back, stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, I mentioned Stulsatz getting the start against Dodge City in the second game against the A's back on June 9th at Demon Field. He was tagged with a loss as he went 5 innings, gave up 9 hits, 5 runs, a walk, and struck out 5 batters in that game. He's been a lot better since as another 1-2 check swing got him. Second strikeout of the ball game for Stulsatz, and a needed one there for the Chiefs after a runner down at third base. Here comes Caleb Miles.
The left fielder, number 11, Caleb Miles.
Miles 0 for 1 so far this afternoon as he had a casual ground out to shortstop his first time up. Settles into the right box against the lefty Tyler Stulsatz. 2-1 on the season for Tyler as he sends in the first pitch. A fastball misses beneath the zone for ball number 1 to Miles. So after that game against Dodge City on June 9th, Stulsatz came on in relief against Hayes and picked up the win against the Eagles in that second game, finishing the final 2 innings as a 1-0 pitch sharply hit left side. Diving play by Beck, gobbles it up, and then a low throw gets past Spray as he's able to gobble it up. The runner will be safe, and a run comes in to score for Dodge City, who pull within 2 runs on a sharply hit ball over to the third base side. So an infield single for Caleb Miles, and a 3-1 ball game as Dodge City looking to continue to capitalize here after that leadoff hits by Trent. Coming in to score, here's Gio Garcia. Well, a good job by Beck as that one came blazing in on him at third base. Probably one of those plays that Brad wishes maybe swallowed that, not made the play. Not that it would have caused any more damage. The run was going to score regardless. But a dangerous throw, almost gave up another free bag. And this pitch misses outside for Stulsatz for ball number 1, now to Garcia. Garcia 0 for 1. Flew out to right field on a diving catch by Matthew Mader his first time up. As the 1-0 pitch misses low and outside. 2 balls, no strikes now to Garcia. So after pitching 2 innings against Hayes last Wednesday, Stulsatz getting the win against the Eagles. Came out against the SK Elite team this past Sunday and also got a win here in Great Bend against the team out of Buckland. 2-0 pitches in there for the strike. 2 balls, 1 strike on Garcia. Pitched 5 innings against the Buckland team and ended up striking out 9 batters for a season high for Tyler Stulsatz. He has 2 strikeouts so far this afternoon with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. Quick throw over to first base, back in safely as Miles. So Great Bend able to get Joseph Mader back into their lineup. Sage Kelsch not with the team for game number 1, playing some basketball earlier today. Expected to be back for the second game lineup. 2-1 pitch. Another ground ball, right side. Hopkins has it and then boots it at second base and then continues to roll out into right field and finally picks it up. It's not positive if Hopkins would have had a chance to turn 2 on that play, but he would have at least had a chance to get the runner over at first base, but unable to field that one cleanly, so an error over at second base on Hopkins, and now runners at first and second for the Great Bend Chiefs. On top by a score of 3-1. As Garcia reaches on the air, here comes Remington Miller to the plate now for the Dodge City A's. So Dodge City was really quiet in the first 3 innings. Coming alive here in the 4th. The bunt laid down, long throw to first. Did he get there? No. Miller outruns the play from Stulsatz, trying to throw it at the last second over to Spray. Now the bases are loaded with 1 out for Dodge City, and the inning just keeps chugging along for the A's. And they were hitless coming into this inning, but now 3 hits, most of which have been on the infield so far for the Dodge City A's, and the base is loaded for Chasten Keck, who hit into a fielder's choice. Comes out swing on the first offering. That'll score another run. Hopkins a throw to second in close distance, and he blasts it past Chavez and rolls out into center field. Another run will score for Dodge City as they've come back to tie this one up. A couple errors popping up in the inning for Great Bend. Head coach Randy Beck mentioned the fact that he expected errors to happen, but mostly because of the win factor. Right now has just been on defensive fielding for Great Bend. First and third now for the Dodge City A's as it just keeps stringing together. And Stulsatz, Dodge City getting a good look at him here in this 4th inning, but hasn't really been necessarily his fault so far defensively in the 4th inning, giving up a couple runs, 3 runs now, allowing Dodge City to come back to tie this one up at 3s. So Tucker Smith will come up to the plate. Will he be facing Tyler Stulsatz? It will be the biggest question right now as Coach Randy Beck makes his way out to the pitcher's mound to talk things over with the infield. So Great Bend was just cruising along in the first 3 innings, scoring 1 in the first, 2 in the second. Both teams scoreless in the third, but Dodge City leading things off with a single by Trent here in the 4th inning, a strikeout, RBI single by Miles, and then a couple of errors sandwiched in between, a single by Miller, able to allow the A's to come back to tie this one up at 3s in game number 1 of the doubleheader between Great Bend and Dodge. 2 teams split back on June 9th. Great Bend won the first game against Dodge City as they picked up a come-from-behind win, 3-2. Jumped out to an early start against Dodge in the second game out of Demon Field, but ended up losing by a score of 7-4. So Stool Sots will stay out of the mound with runners at first and third as Tucker Smith steps in, showing bunt initially on the first pitch. Lays it down right side. This one's going to be tough. It'll allow one run to score. Spray to first. Not there in time with Hopkins covering the first base bag, sliding over from second. So Dodge City has just turned into a well-oiled machine after trying to get their pace in the first 3 innings. As a bunt in a run for a hit for Tucker Smith. Here comes Jared Cleason. Dodge City takes the lead at 4-3, and with runners at first and second, and 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. Jared Cleason 0 for 1 today as Stool Sots sends it in. Another bunt lays down. Back to the pitcher. Play at first. Hopkins grabs it, keeps the foot down. No! He's pulled off as well. So the runner is safe. Now first, second, and third for Dodge City. As it has turned into a nightmare 4th inning for Great Bend. Now, granted, they're only down by 1, but taking a 3-0 lead coming into this inning has gotten tough right now for Great Bend. Landon Elling will come up to the plate now for the A's. On top 4-3, bases loaded, still just 1 out. Stool Sots unable to locate outside for ball number 1. Well, Stool Sots, he's just walked 1 batter so far. That has been one of his strengths. He doesn't walk too many batters. He's right around the zone. 1-0 pitch gets out in front of him on the swing, and Elling. 1 ball, 1 strike. But Dodge City has just come after Stool Sots here in the 4th inning. Also a couple of errors, allowing the A's to score 4 runs. Here's the 1-1 pitch, stays upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. As Jade Poe, starting catcher for the Chiefs, quickly pops up and looks the runner back to the third base bag. The A's, a fairly depleted team. They're missing a couple guys from that matchup with Great Bend in the first go-around in early June. As Stool Sots comes right back and hits the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Could really use a K right now with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning, trailing 4-3. Here's that 2-2 pitch, unable to find its spots, outside and low. 3 balls, 2 strikes now on Elling. Bases loaded, 1 out, top of the 4th inning, 4-3, Dodge City on top. 3-2 pitch, Stool Sots sends it in, and he finds the outer part of the plate for strike 3 called. A big K for Stool Sots and the Chiefs. 2 outs, and now the top of the lineup here for Dodge City. And Amrick, actually the 10 hitter for Dodge City, as both teams getting 10 guys in that batting lineup here in American Legion ball. And Beck watching that pitch count closely, knowing that 2 games are coming up this weekend on Friday to start out that McPherson tournament. He wants all of his arms fresh, and he mentioned this is kind of a final warm-up before their big weekend challenge in McPherson and Buhler. And Stool Sots will come out with 2 outs in a 4-3 ball game, and the base is loaded. So Tyler Stool Sots cruised through the first 3 innings today in Great Bend, getting touched in the 4th inning, now trailing 4-3 with 2 outs. A new pitcher coming away for the Chiefs as you're listening to Great Bend Baseball on GreatBendPost.com.
Great Bend. Jay Poe is into pitch. Brad Beck moves behind the plate. Joseph Mader moves to third.
A pitching change in the top of the fourth inning after Great Bend saw their 3-0 lead evaporates. 4-3, Dodge City on top. Bases still loaded for the A's, and Amric Duncan, who takes strike number 1 from the new pitcher, and Jade Poe. So Poe, the starting catcher, goes out to the mound, replacing Tyler Stulsatz. 0-1 pitch to Duncan, and unable to locate outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brad Beck moves from third base, and he goes behind the plate. And mentioned Joseph Mader making his debut this Wednesday in Great Bend after missing the first 8 games, nursing an injury. He comes in defensively. He'll play third base for Great Bend. Poe again outside. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Duncan. Duncan 0 for 1 so far tonight, but has the bases loaded and 2 outs. Here's a 2-1 pitch by Poe. Stays above the zone. No, gets it to drop back in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Poe making his 3rd appearance on the mound for Great Bend. All have been in relief with a 1-0 record. Looking for a strikeout to finish off the inning. 2-2 pitch in on the hands. Check swing, and may have came off the bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the bat there, excuse me, for Duncan. As he'll stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes, and they've got part of that bottom part of his hand as well. So he'll take off the glove and check out the digits with a 2-2 pitch coming his way and 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning. 4 hits in this 4th inning for the Dodge City A's. Have come back to take the lead after trailing 3-0 coming into the inning. On top 4-3, but looking for a big-time play by Amric Duncan, the 10-hitter, in this Dodge City lineup with the bases loaded. So after checking things off after that foul ball, he'll come back for the 2-2 pitch from Jade Poe. Poe, right-handed pitcher, sends in the 2-2, and strike 3 is called to finish out the inning. So for Dodge City, after trailing 3-0 coming into the inning, 4 hits, 4 runs. They had their first lead of the game. 4-3, Dodge City on top. Bottom of the 4th inning coming your way on GreatBendPost.com.
Here's another Grand Slam sponsor here at American Legion Baseball. Robert and Carol Diva, Cooper Production Products. Once again, thank you for your support of American Legion Baseball.
Hot and windy this Wednesday evening for game number 1 between Great Bend and Dodge City in American Legion baseball action on GreatBendPost.com. Today's game brought to you by Eagle Tire, 10th in Maine and 10th in Kansas in Great Bend. And Zip Stop, all your convenience items at Zip Stop at 10th in Maine, 10th in Grants, in Great Bend, on Santa Fe in Ellenwood. 4-3, Dodge City coming back, coming alive at the top of the half of this 4th inning with 4 runs to take their first lead of the game. As will be Great Bend coming up to the plates in the bottom half. Brad Beck, Matthew Mader, and Edwin Chavez all coming up for the Chiefs. Trying to win their 4th straight game, including a couple of blowout wins this past Sunday in their triangular with Larned and SK Elites. And trying to keep that streak going into to McPherson for their weekend tournament. That'll be their first, what you call, a lot of talented teams challenge coming up this weekend, but also their challenge just through the pitching staff as Trent sends in the first pitch off speed, fouled straight back by Beck, 0-1. Great Bend hasn't had a weekend tournament. They were supposed to have that Chiefs tournament this past weekend, but when Dodge City pulled out, changed things up just to a typical triangular fashion, played this past Sunday between Larned and Buckland. As the 0-1 pitch brought into Beck, showing bunt again, lays it down left side. In on the grass, pitcher throws it, wild throw past the first baseman. Rolls down the line into right field, but Beck, who was already well past the first base bag, trying to run out an infield hit, will make his way back to the first base bag. Another infield single for Brad Beck. He has become one of the masters of the infield singles as Beck is on board to lead off the 4th inning with Great Bend trailing 4-3. Matthew Mater comes up to the plate, 0 for 1 with a ground out to shortstop. Chiefs, they were aggressive early on a hot and windy day. You saw both Dodge City and Great Bend coming out swinging. Mater showing bunts on the first pitch. Aaron Trent steps off the rubber to think things over on a quick throw to first. Sliding back in safely is Beck. Final home games of the regular season for the Great Bend Chiefs. Able to host the zone tournament, but that'll be out at Barton Community College at Lawson Biggs Field. As Trent Nelson's in the first one to Mater inside, showing bunts as he pulls the barrel back just in time for ball number 1. So Mater's been steady at the plate through his first 8 games, hitting .333 on the season. The co-leader in RBIs with 4 RBIs so far this year. As the 1-0 pitch holds off above the zone, runner going down to second. Throw bounces out of the glove of Freeze out into center field. Continuing to make his way around the base path is going to be Great Bend's Brad Beck as he slides in safely to third base. So from first to third for Great Bend's Brad Beck, and with nobody out, a 2-0 count to Matthew Mater. And Brad, who may have caused a little bit of a divot out there right in front of third base on that big slide, gets help from his dad, Randy Beck, the third base coach, who goes over there and brushes things off. Gets away from the catcher on the 2-0 pitch, and now allow Brad Beck to come in to score for Great Bend. Right through the wickets of Gio Garcia, and Great Bend has come back to tie this one up with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th inning. After a leadoff single by Beck, he goes from first to third and comes in to score on the pass ball. And now a 3-0 count with nobody on board for Mater. The watch is one in there for strike number 1. Trent sets, springs in the 3-1 pitch in chest high to Mater for ball 4. Nobody out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Mater's on board for the first time as that'll bring up Edwin Chavez. It was 1 for 1 here tonight with a single back in the 2nd inning as he gets his final instructions from Coach Beck before he steps in the right side of the box. Chiefs 6-2 on the season, winners of 3 straight. Started out the year 3-1 before losing that first game against Hayes. Responded with the win against the second game against the Eagles last Wednesday night here at home. But in some really good games and finally able to get some nice cushion big lead games with wins this past weekend, knocking off SK Elite 8-0, then a 6-inning game against Larner 10-0. As the first pitch by Chavez rides this one out into deep left field over the top of Miles. Chases it down in front of the fence. Mater pushing his way down to third base, and it'll be a 1-out double for Edwin Chavez. It is 2nd and 3rd for the Chiefs with Joseph Mater coming up to the plate. We talked about that wind coming out of the south at 25 to 30 miles per hour throughout the ball game so far here in Great Bend. Any right-handed batter that gets a hold of one, I have a chance to give it a ride, and that's exactly what Chavez does as he is now 2 for 2 here tonight. And the coach will come out of the dugout for a quick talk with his infield. So a solid piece of hitting for Edwin Chavez. 4-4 ball game, but Great Bend in position to get the lead back with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. And Joseph Mater, who is 1 for 1 on the season, making his debut this Wednesday night in Great Bend after missing the first 8 games with an injury. Led things off in the 2nd inning, or I should say his leadoff at bat in that 2nd inning, and hit a single. So it is actually 0 outs here in this first inning. Beck had the single, went first to third, scored on the pass ball. Mater walked, and then Chavez with the double. Now 2nd and 3rd for Great Bend, so nobody out. And now Joseph takes the first pitch for strike number 1. Joseph Mater, one of 7 soon-to-be seniors on this Chiefs lineup, as he drills one out into center field. Scoots Smith back, still backpedaling, comes up with a grab. Allow his brother Matthew Mater to tag up from third base. And Great Bend comes right back to take the lead at 5-4 on a sac fly by Joseph Mater. So it'll be the 10-hitter Bradley Hopkins. Got a sack bunt back in the second inning that brought in a run for Great Bend. As he comes up to the plate with a runner down at second base for the Chiefs. 5-4, Great Bend on top. As Hopkins eyes in the first one for strike number 1 from Trent. Hopkins had that big game-winning hit against the Larned Indians earlier this year, back on June 11th here in Great Bend. As I mentioned, he's been one of the batters that has continued to see the ball really well in the last 2 weeks. As that one misfires, 1 ball, 1 strike, darting throw from Garcia. And it's cut off by the shortstop, Matt Freeze, as they were looking down at the runner at the second base bag, and Edwin Chavez. Chavez wasn't going too far off that bag, keeping him even more honest as a 1-1 pitch, and on the hands, Hopkins drives it out into left field, but going foul, takes 1 hop, and makes his way over the fence here in Great Bend. The sprinklers were on earlier today at the sports complex, so it was a little bit of a soggier start in Great Bend for this Dodge City matchup. But a hot and windy day, able to take care of most of the issues there after they forgot there's a doubleheader tonight, as Trent will step off the rubber as he looks back Chavez, the second base bag. Chiefs out in the red jerseys, white baseball pants. Dodge City with those retro red and blue stripes coming down the middle of their jerseys as this one bounces outside. 2 balls, 1 strike now on Hopkins. Mentioned Mater with 4 RBIs. Hopkins also the co-leader in RBIs. He has 4 as well, and now actually up to 5 after bringing in a run in that second inning with that sack bunt. And it faces a 2-2 count from Aaron Trent. 5-4, Great Bend on top. As the pitch outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hopkins only struck out 4 times on the season. As he sits in, 3-2 pitch from Trent. Gets in the pop-up. It'll stay in the infield. Trent, the pitcher, coming over third base bag, but then called off by his third baseman, Keck, who squeezes it in. So Great Bend unable to move anybody up on the second out. And now we'll go to the top of the lineup for Jade Poe with a runner down at second base and 2 outs. Poe's been strong now on the mound defensively for Great Bend, coming on in relief. He's been strong at the plate so far in game number 1, 2 for 2 with a double and a single for the Chiefs. Trying to bring in another one with a runner down at second, but 2 outs. First pitch misses underneath the zone for ball number 1. Poe hitting .208 on the season, but able to make some leaps with a 2 for 2 start here today in that batting average. 1-0 pitch comes down the middle, foul tipped by Poe. 1 ball, 1 strike. So although Great Bend finishing up their home regular season schedule tonight against Dodge City, they'll be able to host the zone tournaments out at Barton Community College coming up in the middle of July, with Hayes and Newton, the other 2 teams in that 3-team cluster. 1-1 pitch. Trent takes a little bit off of this one. Poe drills it left side, but right at the shortstop. Long throw, though, underneath the glove of Elling at first. Chavez will come in to score from second base, and Great Bend takes a 6-4 lead on another error here today. This one coming against the A's defense on a throwing error, and Poe's on board at second for Tyler Stulsatz. So visiting with Randy Beck and Landon Skiaka, the 2 coaches for the Great Bend Chiefs this summer for American Legion Baseball, they mentioned the fact they expect to see a lot of errors today with that wind coming out of the south at 25 to 30 miles per hour, but not necessarily on the throwing errors. That's what we've seen so far for both teams, as Stulsatz takes the first pitch from Trent for strike number 1. A couple errors really aided Dodge City in the top half of the 4th inning, eventually scoring 4 runs to take the lead, but Great Bend coming right back with 3 runs of their own here in the 4th inning to take a 6-4 advantage. This one unable to find its spot. 1 ball, 1 strike to Stulsatz. Stulsatz 0 for 1, popped up to the third baseman his first time up, then had the sac fly his last time up in the second inning. Awaits a 1-1 pitch, comes in. He shoots this one out to right center field. Cleason was reading that one well off the bat and comes up with a catch for out number 3. So for the Great Bend Chiefs, they get 2 hits, 3 runs, and come back to take the lead after trailing by 1 coming into the inning. It is 6-4, Great Bend on top. You're listening to Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com.
American Legion Oregon Post 1A. Thanks once again for your support.
Today's game brought to you by Smith Supply, LLC, proud to serve the independent oil and gas operators of Mid-America. Smith Supply and Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine. Get your life back at Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine. Ready to go for the top of the 5th inning in Great Bend. 6-4, Chiefs on top of the Dodge City A's. And Aaron Trent, who is unable to finish off his at-bats in the 4th inning, will come back out for the 5th after getting picked off down as second was Duncan. And swings through the first offering from Jade Poe for strike number 1. So Poe coming on in relief of Stulsot, sends in the 0-1. Ground ball right over the third base bag, but just foul. Not by much, as that one creeped over the third base bag with Joseph Mader covering. And now no balls, 2 strikes on Aaron Trent. Stulsot's his day, 3 2/3 innings. Gives up 4 hits, 4 runs, 1 walk, and also had 3 strikeouts. Poe came on nicely in a tough situation in the 4th inning to get a K to get out of that mess. And now looking for a K to start out the 5th inning. 0-2 pitch, took something off of it. Ground ball left side and through the legs of Chavez at shortstop, and continues to roll. Finally cut off by Hopkins, covering his infield man, and it'll be a leadoff error here for Great Bend. So they're starting to stack up a little bit for both teams. As Great Bend had a couple errors in that 4th inning, this one goes right through the legs of Chavez, as Matt Freese will come up to the plate 0 for 2 here tonight. The sun's still pushing down. The wind has helped out a lot. It's just made it tough conditions for both these two teams. First pitch for Freese in there for strike number 1. Out of the south at about 25 miles per hour. The high was set for 99 degrees. Absolutely no problems reaching that high early on this afternoon, as we were at 99 at first pitch. Another pitch in on the hands to Freese and fouls it over to the third base side. No balls, 2 strikes. Low set for 68 degrees as we get closer to the weekend in that McPherson tournament for Great Bend. Chances of rain in central Kansas start to pick up a little bit. As the 0-2 pitch from Poe, ground ball right side. Hopkins underneath it, a chance to turn 2, out at second base, over to first in time, and a twin killing for the Chiefs. That starts out 4-6-3 for Great Bend. Hopkins did a great job guarding that ball, making sure it wasn't going to get by, flicks it over to Chavez, and he rifles it down to Spray for the second out. Such a leadoff error defensively for Great Bend. They come right back with a double play as Caleb Miles comes up to the plate with nobody on board. 1 for 2 here today with an RBI single his last time up. Takes a cut at the first one, pops it up and rolls back over home plate and pounds down at the overhang here at the sports complex. Sports complex, you talk about a facility heavily used here in Great Bend. There's not a weekend that goes by, and now even becoming more rare for even weekdays that go by without some use here at the sports complex. This one tomahawked out in the left field. Hernandez is there, though, to come up with a catch. Good rip by Miles, but right at Paco Hernandez in left field, and that'll do it for the 5th inning. So leadoff error, but a double play ball and a fly out as Great Bend takes a 6-4 lead as we are through 4.5 innings in Great Bend. Back in Great Bend this Wednesday evening, 6-4, Great Bend on top of the Dodge City A's at the sports complex, ready to go for the bottom of the 5th inning. Big thanks to Scott Mater and the Mater family taking this opportunity to acknowledge the many athletes who represent the community well, as they appreciate everyone associated with the American Legion and also the baseball team, and thanking the athletes and others in all sports who represent the community year-round. That is Scott Mater and Mater family, one of many sponsors for Legion Baseball and GreatBendPost.com. 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up for Great Bend, led by Paco Hernandez, who is 1 for 2 so far tonight in the first game of the doubleheader. He had a double back in the first inning, a pop-up to shortstop his last time up. Trent sends in a fastball that sneaks underneath the zone. 1 ball, no strikes now to Paco. Great Bend's offense starting to come alive a little bit more here in the last couple of weeks as the 1-0 pitch from Trent. A high chopper goes right side, but peels foul. 1 ball, 1 strike on Hernandez as he'll make his way back towards home plate. Not that the offense was overly bad early on for Great Bend, who got off to a 3-1 start. They scored, even losing to Hayes in that first game last Wednesday, scored 7 runs. Then a 4-3 win against Hayes in the second game, then scored 18 runs total in their 2 games Sunday in the doubleheader sweep against SK Elite and Larned in that Great Bend triangular. And they got to a great start this afternoon against Dodge City as 1-1 is off target, 2 balls, 1 strike. Trent sets, winds one in again. Hernandez, a late bunt attempt, comes up empty, and he'll take it to 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Paco. They jumped out to that 3-0 lead. You thought it was just going to be cruise control for Great Bend, the way they're just gliding through the lineup. 2-2 pitch to Hernandez, comes in tight, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Great Bend scoreless in the 3rd inning, but thanks to an error by Dodge City, able to continue things in the 4th to score 3 and take the lead back on top 6-4 now in the bottom of the 5th. 3-2 pitch, Hernandez lasers one down the first baseline. That is fair ball. Hernandez will look down to second, now continues to make his way there. Throw is not, or is off target, and Hernandez is in safely with his 2nd double of the ball game. A leadoff extra base hit for Hernandez. That'll bring up Steph Spray in search of his first hit, and looking at his averages, you can make the phrase that he's due here with a runner down at second after he hit the ball well his first time in the first inning, but lined it right to the shortstop and then got underneath one his next time up and popped out to shortstop. Runner on a second, nobody out, bottom of the 5th inning, 6-4, Great Bend on top. Dodge City was quiet through the first 3 innings, but thanks to a 2-error 4th inning, came alive with 4 runs in the 4th, took a lead before Great Bend scored 3 in the bottom half to get it back on top 6-4. First offering to Spray, cuts one right field. Right fielder drops it in front of him, and Cleason picks it up and throws it in. Hernandez was frozen for a little bit as Cleason looked like he might have had a shot with a catch, but realized he was coming down in front of him. So back-to-back hits for Great Bend Steph Spray finds that first hit. Here's Gavin Haberman with runners on the corners and nobody out. 9 hits now for Great Bend as they have out-hit Dodge City 9-4 and lead it 6-4. I've just seen a couple of guys in that lineup that have really soared in that batting average, and that has helped out tremendously as Haberman holds off on a pitch on the outer part of the plate for strike number 1. Haberman 1 for 1 today. He's walked and also has a single to his name. That base hit came back in the 3rd inning. Comes into a situation in the 5th inning with runners at 1st and 3rd and nobody out. 6-4 Great Bend on top. Trent sends in the 0-1 pitch. Got him in on the hands, pops him up. Right side, foul territory. The catcher makes a nice grab as he was coming back over the top of his back. Not an easy play for Garcia, but a heck of a play for the catcher for Dodge City as he comes up with the grab. 1 out, bottom of the 5th inning. Here's Brad Beck. Laid down a beautiful infield hits in the 4th inning that brought in a run, or eventually came around to score, as Beck was able to, once he got on board with his single, went from 1st to 3rd, then scored on a wild pitch. That tied things up in the 4th inning. Then Great Bend will tack on 2 more runs to lead it 6-4. Beck, who started out today defensively at 3rd base, but after the switching change, Jade Poe going to the mound. Beck now behind the plate defensively. First pitch to Beck, and behind this one as Beck falls behind 0-1. Beck hitting .286 on the season, as he has now 9 hits so far on the year, 3 RBIs. He has runners at 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Trent sets, here's the 0-1 pitch, and gets Beck to pop it up, quickly rolling backwards. No balls, 2 strikes on Brad Beck. Great Bend coming in with a record of 6-2, winners of 3 straight games, including a doubleheader sweep of SK Elite and Larned Sunday here in Great Bend by a combined score of 18-0. Here's the 0-2 pitch with runners at 1st and 3rd. Tomahawks another one out into left field. Miles continues to go into foul territory and was just a little bit off pace to catch up with that one as he was surging down out in foul territory to come up with a catch. But it stays alive here for Beck with 1 out and runners at 1st and 3rd. As Beck has just been another one of those steady hands all season long, even during the spring for the Great Bend Panthers. Just a consistent guy. You know what to expect out of him day in, day out. Maybe one of those expectations that you'd have for the coach's son as the 0-2 pitch. Keeps it on the ground, left side. With 1 out, that'll score a run. Hernandez comes in. Beck able to run it out. Yes! Brad Beck runs out another one. The king of infield singles, Brad Beck, does it again for the Great Bend Chiefs and brings in a run, and they take a 7-4 lead in the bottom of the 5th inning against the Dodge City A's. So 1st and 3rd now for the Chiefs as Matthew Mater steps up to the plate, 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out. And 1 out still in the bottom of the 5th inning. Flies 1 out in a shallow center field. Freeze goes back just on the fringe of the grass and the dirt and has the snag for the Chiefs, or excuse me, for the A's. And the 2nd out here of the inning. So now Edwin Chavez will walk his way up to the box with 2 outs and runners at 1st and 3rd. Chavez has been swinging the bat well so far tonight against the A's. 2 for 2, a single and a double for Edwin Chavez, and he blasted one down the left field line his last time up for that double. As he got one up into the wind, as now Matthew Mater will come in as the courtesy runner for Brad Beck doing the the catching duties. And with 2 outs, Beck will make his way back to the dugout as Matthew Mater takes his base over at first, replacing him. So Chavez trying to keep his perfect day alive at 2 for 2, and 2 outs with runners at 1st and 2nd. 7-4, Great Bend on top as he takes a hack at the first one and fouls it straight back, 0-1 to Chavez. It's nice to see Chavez making some contact here, as he had been one of the guys that you like to see just start to, if he can get his average up, this lineup becomes even more lethal, hitting just 118 coming into this doubleheader, but a couple of hits will do that average well. Now a throw back to second, leaning a little bit. Was spray, but able to get back in safely. Chavez will dig back in for an 0-1 pitch. Trent brings it in down the middle. Had to swing at that one and fouls it to the back netting. No balls, 2 strikes. Big time action coming up this Friday and Saturday for the Great Bend Chiefs at the McPherson Bob Hooper Showcase, as the Chiefs will play at 11 o'clock on Friday against the Kansas Senators. That game in Buhler. 0-2 pitch. Chavez lays off on a pitch just outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Great Bend will play again Friday at 3:20 against the Salina Falcons. And depending on how they do in those 2 games, have a full slate on Saturday. 1-2 pitch, ready to see it. In towards home plate. Chavez out in front of it. Strike 3. And that'll do it for the inning. But for the Great Bend Chiefs, they come back, get another run. They tack on a 3-run lead here as they have 7 runs compared to the 4 of Dodge City. You're listening to Great Bend Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com. At 95 degrees here in Great Bend for the doubleheader against Dodge City. 7-4, Chiefs on top of the A's as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Big thanks to the Fieldhouse, premier athletic training facility at the Fieldhouse in Great Bend. They believe in only the highest standards of physical fitness training. The staff members at the Fieldhouse are actively enriching the lives of members and creating a community of like-minded people who love being healthy and strong. Premier athletic training facility at the Fieldhouse in Great Bend. 7-4, Great Bend on top. Chiefs got off to a rolling start. 1 in the first, 2 in the second for a 3-0 lead. And that was the score through 3 innings. Then Dodge City, thanks to a couple of defensive errors by Great Bend, scored 4 in the 4th inning to take a brief lead before Great Bend came back with 3 in the bottom half of that inning. And the Chiefs tacking on another one in the 5th for a 7-4 advantage. So offense has been strong for the Chiefs as they're sitting with 9, or actually make it 10 hits now. Dodge City, they took 4 innings to get their first hit, but all 4 of their hits here today came in that 4th inning. Starting out the 6th inning now for Gio Garcia, as this one in the dirt from Jade Poe for ball number 1. Poe has really turned into a good relief pitcher. As a 1-0 pitch, a fastball, again skids underneath the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. Garcia 0 for 2 so far tonight. Mentioned that fly out to right field and reached on an error in the 4th inning as Poe is ready to go on the 2-0 pitch. Down the middle, Garcia gives this one a rip, but Hernandez is there with an easy out in left field. So Remington Miller will come up to the plate as he is sitting with a 1-1 stat line coming into his 3rd plate appearance. Drew a walk in the 2nd inning and a single in the 4th inning. Nobody on board with 1 out, top of the 6th inning. 7-4, Great Bend on top. Looking to continue that winning streak as little chin music pushes Miller back up off the plate for ball number 1 from Jade Poe. And they're going to say nicked him. Yeah, came in across the upper part of the jersey for Poe, or excuse me, against Miller. So for Poe, gives up just his 2nd base runner. The first one was a guy that reached on an error. That was Trent back in the 5th inning. Reached on an error, but eventually got out on a double play ball by Freeze. And so now he hits a batter. Runner down at first for Dodge City, trailing 7-4. And Poe has a pretty nice throw back over to first base, but sliding in, getting dirty is Miller. So Chasten Keck will come up to plate. It's also 0 for 2. Fielder's choice also reaching on an error in the 4th inning. Poe brings it in. A runner goes down to second base. Throw is there, and Chavez has it bounce away from him, but Ricochet staying in the infield. And now in scoring position with one out is Remington Miller. Well, Poe, you talk about his relief appearances so far in the season. He pitched 3 innings in that second game against Larned on June 11th. So not this past Sunday against the Indians, but on June 11th in that second game here in Great Bend. Pitched 3 innings. As Poe brings in the 1-0 pitch, unable to find its spot. 2 balls, no strikes. And then he pitched this past Sunday a couple innings against Buckland as he gave up just 1 hit, no runs, and had 1 strikeout. Poe with a 1-0 record on the summer for the Chiefs American Legion baseball team. 1-1 pitch comes in high inside a Keck. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 out, top of the 6th inning. Runner at second for Dodge City, trailing 7-4. But for Jade Poe, who has given up just 3 hits in his 3 appearances, as a 2-1, a soft foul tipped back. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Keck. Has given up 2 runs, but neither of those 2 runs were earned. So he has yet to give up an earned run with an ERA of 0 coming into his 3rd appearance on the mound for Great Bend. So again, I say a solid relief pitcher for the Chiefs so far as we have hit the halfway mark of the Legion season. 2-2 pitch. Poe brings it in the middle, swinging on this one. In on the hands. Keck pops one up and again rolls foul. We'll redo the 2-2. So for Great Bend, they've kind of locked in those 4 starters. As we've seen Stulsatz, Hernandez, Steph Spray, and then even that 1 start by Chavez last Wednesday against Hayes. And then kind of more of the relief guys and Poe and Kelsch. 2-2 again. This one popped up. Out into center field, it continues to drive. Haberman comes in running for the catch, not nearly deep enough and in a bad spot for the runner at second base as he stands on board at his bag. And now 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning for Tucker Smith.
The center fielder, number 6, Tucker Smith.
Kelsch now with the team for game number 1. As we mentioned, a handful of these Chiefs players playing some basketball out in Garden Plain today. And about 4 or 5 of them just making it in time for this doubleheader start. Kelsch not one of those guys, but expect to be back for the second game as the first pitch comes in there for strike number 1 to Smith. That group of basketball players got here to Great Bend Sports Complex a little after 5 o'clock. It's about an hour before first pitch between Dodge City and Great Bend. 0-1 pitch from Poe, misfires outside. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Smith. Smith 1 for 2 tonight. Grounded out and a single his last time up. As a runner down at second base, both 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning, trailing by 3 runs. Now puts the bunt down, lays it to the pitcher. Poe has it, lasers it down to Spray for the final out. Good job by Jade Poe as he rifled off the mound to pick up that bunt laid down by Smith and gets the final out of the inning. For Dodge City, they strand 1 runner. No hits in the 6th inning. It's Great Bend 7, Dodge City 4. You're listening to Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com. Tonight's game brought to you by Animal Medical Center. Large or small, they take care of them all. Listen for their monthly specials on our Eagle Radio and whole broadcasting stations. Also, Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. They got doors, windows, siding, roofing, guttering, garage doors, all covered. Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. Pitching change to start out the 6th inning for Dodge City, as it'll be Chasen Keck out on the mound as he replaces Aaron Trent after he goes the first 5 innings. So Chasen Keck, who started out at third base here tonight, so will come on and face the 9, 10, and 1 hitters for Great Bend. Joseph Mader up to the plate and takes the first 2 offerings off the plate for a 2-0 start. Well, Joseph making his debut here tonight. It's been a good start for the soon-to-be senior as he drills one foul right over the top of the third base coach, Randy Beck. Mader in his first at-bat this summer had a single, then a sac fly that brought in a run for Great Bend in the 4th inning. So looking to keep his perfect debut alive here, facing a new pitcher as Keck brings in the 2-0 pitch, and he gets another hit. So Joseph Mader, a good addition to the lineup here midway through the season, comes up with his 2nd hit of the evening, and it'll be the evening, I should say, and it'll be a 11-hit ball game so far for Great Bend. And now Bradley Hopkins comes up to the plate for the Chiefs. Sack bunt in the 2nd inning, popped up to the third baseman in the 4th inning. And as he gets ready to settle into the right side of the box. Mayer takes a short lead over first base. Hopkins lays down a pretty good bunt down the right side. No one covering the first base bag on the bunt play. And the pitcher, Keck, has no play. First and second for the Chiefs. Well, Hopkins wasn't necessarily given away that he was going to even attempt a bunt until late, and then that drew eventually landed Elling over at first base in, and Remington Miller didn't make that slide over from second base to cover the bag. So now first and second for Great Bend, nobody out. In the bottom of the 6th inning in a 7-4 game, Jade Poe watches one outside for ball number 1. Poe, a 208 hitter coming into tonight, but 2 for 3 so far this evening to help out that average. Here's the 1-0 pitch. He shows bunt, comes up empty. Throw down to second. Joseph Mader slides back in safely as we'll get going here on the next pitch to Jade Poe. Poe led things off with a double as he blasted one out into left field on a windy day out of the south at the sports complex. Then followed that up with a single in the 2nd inning, reached on an error in the 4th inning. Comes in with a 1-1 count. Runners at first and second for Jade Poe and the Chiefs. Split the doubleheader in Dodge City to start out the season on June 9th. Winning the first game, dropped the 2nd game. Poe showing bunt again, corner infielder on the right, and Elling coming in. Third baseman with runners at first and second. Can't go too far in as Jade Poe pulls it back on a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Third baseman in on the grass right now, as is the first baseman coming in running on the pitch, is in there for strike number 2. A hot and windy Wednesday. 99 degrees at first pitch at 5:54 this afternoon. Down to 95 as we make our way through the 7 o'clock hour. Low set for 68 in here in Great Bend. That wind does help. Mentioned it's just an annoying wind if you're trying to do anything outside, but when it's over 90 degrees, they'll take it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Poe settles in with runners at first and second, pops it up, and another foul ball as it stays at 2-2. Poe with a couple RBIs on the season. Has struck out just 4 times, has walked 5 times as he awaits a 2-2 pitch. And is the co-leader in runs scored, has come around to score 6 times. That little hiccup pitch by Keck and it comes inside. I don't know how it missed Poe, and now Joseph Mater gets stuck in between second and third trying to take the third base bag and is tagged out. Had been a miscommunication there on the base path as he was making his way down to third base, and Randy Beck out in front of him, the third base coach, was just kind of wondering what was going on. So instead of nobody outs and runners at first and second, Dodge City tags out Mater, now 1 out, as a 3-2 pitch misses outside of Poe, and it'll be first and second again for Great Bend, but with 1 out. So Aaron Trent went 5 innings tonight for Dodge City, as he ended up giving up 10 hits and the 7 runs. Still in position for the loss unless Dodge City can come back here in the final 2 innings, or the final inning for them at bat, as Stulsatz takes the first pitch for strike number 1. Keck sends it in, wasting little time, right back up the chute. Second baseman boots it out into center field. That'll allow another run to score as Hopkins speeds in to score from second base on the misplay by the second baseman, Remington Miller. So first and third for Great Bend, now leading 8-4 for Paco Hernandez. I mentioned the fielding errors that have really popped up for both these two teams. That has been one of the bigger stories, but Great Bend has been hitting the ball well as well. So that has helped out the cause for the Chiefs on top 8-4. Hernandez, who has been known to swing at those first pitches, holds off in this one, but is called for strike number 1. Hernandez with a couple doubles here tonight is a Great Bend team that hasn't really been overly known for power or extra base hitting. Has come alive with some doubles here tonight, including 2 off the bat of Hernandez. 0-1, skies it right field. Cleason coming in, still moving in, out to right center field, and has it for the second out. It is deep enough, though, to score Great Bend's runner from third base as Jade Poe will come in, now 9-4, Great Bend on top. So Hernandez will get an RBI as Steph Sprague comes up to the plate with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. 9-4, Great Bend on top. They have led the majority of tonight's ball game. 3-0 going into the 4th inning. Dodge City scored 4 in the top half of the 4th inning and took that brief 4-3 lead before Great Bend responded with 3 runs in the bottom half. Sprague holds off and a pitch in there for a strike. Runner down at second, and they got him on the tag. Beautiful play by Matt Freeze over at shortstop as he gets the runner coming down to second. So a couple pickoffs in the inning for Dodge City, but Great Bend tacks on 2 more runs on 2 hits in the 6th inning and lead at 9-4 heading to the 7th here in Great Bend. Big weekend tournament coming up for the Great Bend Chiefs in McPherson, but here tonight against Dodge City in game number 1 against the A's. Great Bend on top 9-4, top of the 7th inning for Dodge City as Jared Cleason, Landon Elling, and Amric Duncan all coming up. And you don't really have to worry about any pinch hitter coming up for Great Bend, or I should say for Dodge City, as they suited up 10 guys here tonight at the sports complex, all 10 of them in that lineup. So it'll be the 8, 9, and 10 hitters. This is a line drive shot past a diving Chavez at short, and a leadoff single for Dodge City off the bat of Jared Cleason. So Cleason has his second hit of the evening, And that'll be the 5th hit overall for Dodge City here tonight, as Landon Elling will come up to the plate, the starting first baseman, as he has struck out 2 times in his 2 plate appearances this evening against Great Bend, but facing Jade Poe for the first time after seeing Stulsatz in the opening 2 at-bats. Poe in position to get the win here tonight after Stulsatz went 3 2/3 innings. Gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Ground ball hit past the pitcher. Coming in is Chavez. Doesn't have a play at second. Over to first. Off the bag is Spray, and the runner is safe. Nearly got the tag on that throw as there's just a little bit behind the runner. And now Randy Beck is going to try to make the case, and the home plate umpire will overturn it. Saying the tag was made. The throw threw off Spray from the first base bag, but as he caught it, that glove coming down on the runner and Landon Elling, and now 1 out recorded here in the 7th inning. We've seen those throws not overly on target so far tonight for both teams, but Chavez and Spray get the job done with the tag out. And now 1 out in the top of the 7th inning as Amric Duncan takes for strike number 1. Big thanks to Eagle Tire, Zip Stop, Smith Supply, Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine, and Eldridge Fencing as the 0-1 pitch unable to find its spot. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Poe hasn't been a huge strikeout pitcher, although he had a huge K to finish off that 4th inning in a tough jam coming on in relief of Stulsatz, as the 1-1 pitch is lined but going foul over the top of the first base dugout and grabbing that netting before it rolls out into right field. Poe had 4 strikeouts in his previous 2 appearances in 5 innings coming into this matchup, as 1 strikeout now, trying to make his way through his 3rd complete inning. Foul tip down to home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Duncan. Duncan also 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Trying to keep things moving right now to get back to the top of the lineup, and Aaron Trent, who is on deck. The breeze continues to rip through out of the south, right to left here at the sports complex, as we've seen a few pulled hits on the right-handed batters early on in the game. But other than that, not too many people have been able to get underneath one out into left field with the wind, as the 1-2 misfires by Jade Poe. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A few more fans starting to make their way to the sports complex as we're wrapping up game number 1 in a 9-4 contest. 2-2 called strike 3 as he freezes Amric Duncan. And out number 2 here in the 7th inning. Here comes Aaron Trent with a runner down at second. Great Bend leading 9-4.
Third baseman, number 5, Aaron Trent.
Trent has 1 hit so far tonight, 1 for 3 for the Dodge City A's, as he holds off on the first pitch that is dialed up for strike number 1. And again, this pitching staff for Great Bend, you look at the 5-6 guys that they'll send out there on the mound so far this summer, as Poe brings in the 0-1. It comes in bouncing, 1 ball, 1 strike. Not overpowering stuff by any means, but they're always right around the zone. You talk about a lot of guys in this Great Bend pitching staff that have similar stuff, and one common trait is hitting the zone. 1-1 pitch, pop-up, left side. Chavez goes back, called off by Hernandez, coming in for the final out of the inning and the game. So for the Great Bend Chiefs, they keep that hot streak alive. They've won 4 straight games now as they pick up a 9-4 victory against Dodge City. We'll step aside, come back with the post-game show on GreatBendPost.com. Back in Great Bend this Wednesday night where the Chiefs come out victorious in their Game 1 against Dodge City A's in American Legion baseball action at the Great Bend Sports Complex, knocking off Dodge City by a score of 9-4. Great Bend got off to a hot start, carrying their offensive juggernaut that they had this past Sunday in Great Bend against Larned and SK Elite. Scored 1 in the first, put on 2 more in the second inning, and had a 3-0 lead after the first 2 innings. Both teams scoreless in the third. Dodge City, benefiting from a couple defensive errors in the fourth inning, put up 4 runs to take their only lead of the game at 4-3, and it was short-lived after Great Bend would score 3 in the bottom half of that fourth inning, took the lead back at 6-4, and then the Chiefs would add on 2 more in that 6th inning and eventually go on to win by a score, 3 more in that 6th inning and go on to win by a score of 9-4. Great Bend out hits Dodge City 12-5 here tonight as the Chiefs were led by 5 batters that had multi-hit games. Jade Poe, Hernandez, Beck, also Edwin Chavez and Joseph Mater, all having a 2-hit ball games here tonight as Great Bend goes on to win their 4th straight game, now 7-2, as the 2 teams will do it again here shortly for the 2nd game of the doubleheader. Jade Poe gets the win on the mound for Great Bend after Tyler Stulsatz picked up the start. He went 3 2/3 innings, left after Great Bend was down 4-3, gave up 4 hits, the 4 runs, walked 1 batter, had 3 strikeouts. Poe would come back in the game on the mound, and he went 3 1/3 inning, gave up just 1 hit, and has yet to give up a single run on the summer as he struck out 2 batters and gets the win here tonight, now 2-0 on the season for Jade Poe. Looking at the offensive numbers for Great Bend, Poe would go 2 for 3 with a double and a single. Tyler Stulsatz 0 for 3, but brought in an RBI in that 2nd inning with a sac fly. Hernandez 2 for 3 with an RBI and a couple doubles for Paco. 1 for 3 for Steph Spray. Haberman goes 1 for 2 with a walk. Brad Beck 2 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. Matthew Mater 0 for 2 with a walk. Edwin Chavez 2 for 3 with a single and a double. And then Joseph Mater making his debut here tonight goes 2 for 2 with an RBI and that sac fly. And Bradley Hopkins rounding out the offensive lineup goes 1 for 2 with a bunt single and also an RBI for Great Bend. For Dodge City, 1 for 4 for Aaron Trent. Matt Freeze goes 0 for 3. Caleb Miles 1 for 3 and an RBI. Gio Garcia 0 for 3. Remington Miller 1 for 1. Hit by a pitch and a walk. Chasten Keck goes 0 for 3. Tucker Smith 1 for 3 and an RBI. Jared Cleason 2 for 3. Landon Elling and Amric Duncan both going 0 for 3 here tonight. As for Dodge City, it'll be Aaron Trent getting credit for the loss. He went 5 innings, gave up 10 hits, 7 runs, walked 2 batters, had 1 strikeout. Keck would finish things off, pitching the final inning for Dodge City, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, and walked 1 batter. So for Great Bend, 4 straight wins, now 2-1 against Dodge City, and we'll have a 4th game against the A's coming up shortly. We'll have that broadcast, but first step aside, stay with us on GreatBendPost.com for game number 2 between Great Bend and Dodge City coming up shortly as the Chiefs win the first game by a score of 9-4. Back in Great Bend, getting ready to go for the second game of the doubleheader at the Great Bend Sports Complex. Cole Reif with you, Landon Winkler on GreatBendPost.com as the Chiefs coming away with the win against the Dodge City A's in game number 1 by a score of 9-4. As we're ready to go for the second game, it'll be Steph Spray out of the mound for the Chiefs, trying to win their 5th straight game, now 7-2, coming into the second matchup with Dodge City. Offense was in full force for the Chiefs. Not only scored the 9 runs, but had 12 hits in that game 1 victory as Steph Spray sprays one outside for ball number 1 to Aaron Trent. So Spray getting the start here tonight for game number 2 as the 1-0 pitch comes down the middle for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Trent. Starting third baseman Matt Freeze, the pitcher for Dodge City, will hit second, followed by Caleb Miles, the left fielder. Big cut at a 1-1. Coming up empty is Trent. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gio Garcia, the catcher, hitting 4th for Dodge City in the second game. Remington Miller, the second baseman, hitting 5th. As Spray brings in the 1-2. This one flipped down to right field, and that'll find a spot. So a 1-2 pitch. Aaron Trent stays with it and knocks it down to right field before it's cut off by Mater, and it'll be a leadoff single for Aaron Trent.
The pitcher, number 4, Matt Freeze.
So Matt Freeze, who has been a talented athlete out at Dodge City High School over the years, will step into the right side of the box with a leadoff single from Aaron Trent on board at first. First pitch coming down at 8:02 here this Wednesday evening after Great Bend picked up the 9-4 victory in game number 1. As Freeze comes up empty on the first swing, falls behind 0-1. Spray, another one of those pitchers for Great Bend that has pretty good stuff on the off speed, not overpowering, but a tall right-handed batter that continues to pound the zone as he gets ready to go on the 0-1 offering to Freeze. The righty sets, runner from first, makes his way down to second. Trent slides in, tag is made, but sliding in safely is Trent. Pretty close play, good throw by Brad Beck. Let's go and run through the rest of that starting lineup for the Chiefs defensively. Joseph Mater, who came in late in the ball game defensively, he will play at third base here in game number 2. Edwin Chavez at shortstop, Jade Poe at second base, Paco Hernandez playing first base. 0-2 pitch, misses just by a little bit outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Freeze. Mentioned Beck behind the plate. Outfield, Tyler Stulsatz in left, Gavin Haberman in center field, and Matthew Mater out in right field. Spray ready to go on the 1-2 pitch, comes across the middle, fought off by Freeze as he gives a ride in foul territory, but underneath it is Hernandez, who comes up with a snag off his first base bag, and 1 out recorded in the top of the first inning with the runner down at second base. So Caleb Miles, the left fielder for the Dodge City A's, will come up to the plate after Great Bend splitting with Dodge City in their first doubleheader of the season. Going 1-1 against Dodge at Demon Field on June 9th, getting a win tonight in Great Bend to continue that winning streak up to 4 games as Spray finds a zone on the first offering to Miles. Spray making his 4th appearance, all of which have been starts for the Chiefs so far this summer. As the 0-1 brought in, out in front of it is Miles, quickly 0-2 in favor of Steph Spray. Spray leads the team in starts, now his 4th start of the season. Comes in with a record of 2-0, has pitched 14 innings in those 3 previous appearances. Can't find the zone, now 1 ball, 2 strikes to Miles. And like many of the pitchers, a great ERA, 2.0. ERA coming into tonight's matchup with Dodge City. Looking for a strikeout here on a 1-2 pitch, instead a line drive shot peeling foul as it plops down into the grass here at the sports complex and stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes for Miles. Spray in those 14 innings has given up 11 hits, 4 runs, all 4 of them earned. Has walked 4 batters, also 7 strikeouts in his previous 3 outings. Again, with the 1-2 pitch, took a little bit off of that one, nearly slanted it back down to the zone, unable to get it there in time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Spray was pitching in that Game 1 win against Dodge City to start out the season at Demon Field. 2-2 pitch out in front of it again is Miles, and the first strikeout victim for Spray. And now 2 outs in the top of the first inning with the runner still at second base as Gio Garcia makes his way to the plate. So Spray getting that strikeout. We mentioned his numbers, not a huge strikeout pitcher so far this summer. In 14 innings, 7 strikeouts, but picks up his 8th K of the year, and it comes on the second out in the first inning. Goes quickly to work on Garcia, who takes a cut at the first one and knocks it foul, 0-1. So Great Bend able to get that 9-4 victory in game number 1. They led the majority of the game outside of a brief deficit in the fourth as Garcia flies one out into right field. Mater comes in and grabs that one for the final out of the inning. So for Dodge City, a leadoff single, but they strand the runner at second base as it is a 0-0 game to the bottom of the first inning at the Great Bend Sports Complex on GreatBendPost.com. Just getting underway here in the first inning between Dodge City and Great Bend. Bottom of the first coming our way in a 0-0 game at the sports complex. Big thanks to Venture Corporation. They'll do everything from parking lots and running tracks to highways and interstates. The main goals, safety, quality, and efficiency. They focus on commitment to their employees and community. Venture Corporation will uphold those traditions today, tomorrow, and in the future. Venture Corporation reminds you to shop at home and help a neighbor. 0-0 game, bottom of the first inning, as it'll be the Great Bend Chiefs getting their first crack at it against Matt Freeze, the starting pitcher for the A's here in the second game. Offensive alignment staying about the same for head coach Randy Beck and the Chiefs. Jade Poe will lead things off, the second baseman. Tyler Stuhlsatz hitting second, followed by Paco Hernandez. It's followed by Steph Sprague, Gavin Haberman, Brad Beck, Matthew Mater, Edwin Chavez, Joseph Mater, and Bradley Hopkins, the 10-man lineup here for the Chiefs in game number 2, trying to win their 5th straight game, now 7-2 on the season. So for Jade Poe, he was one of 5 batters that had a multi-hit game in game number 1 as he takes the first pitch from Freeze for strike number 1. As Poe ended up going 2 for 3 with a double and a single, 0-1 pitch as he pops it foul and then quickly going into the netting, rolling to the right as it goes to no balls, 2 strikes on Jade Poe. For Freeze in that defensive alignment, Gio Garcia is behind the plates again here in the second game. As Freeze is ready to go on the 0-2 pitch. Fastball burns it through on a swing and a miss by Poe. And 1 out recorded on the strikeout as Tyler Stuhlsatz makes his way to home. Infield for the Dodge City A's, Aaron Trent's at third, Chasten Keck is at shortstop, Remington Miller, the second baseman, and Landon Elling, the first baseman. As Stuhlsatz awaits the first pitch that is in there for strike number 1 right down the middle. Caleb Miles, the left fielder, Tucker Smith playing center fielder in game number 2, and Amric Duncan in right field. 0-1 pitch, ground ball, takes one big hop and then a nasty hop right in front of the shortstop Keck as it ricochets off his body and rolls out into center field. And the second man is on board for Great Bend. Took a big, awkward hop just past the pitcher's mound on his way to the shortstop, Chasten Keck. He didn't have to move a whole lot. And then that big hop plopped the ball on his way down about maybe a foot in front of Keck, and then just rolled up his body. So her Stulsatz gets on board as Paco Hernandez, who also had a big bat in game number 1, holds off on a pitch in tight for ball number 1. Hernandez 2 for 3 in the first game with an RBI and a couple doubles for the Chiefs that got their extra base hitting alive a little bit in that first game win against Dodge City. 1-0 pitch again misses. This one underneath the zone. 2 balls, no strikes to Hernandez with 1 out in the bottom of the first in a scoreless game. Great Bend able to get off to a really good start in that first game. Scored 1 in the first, then 2 in the second. Jumped out to that 3-0 lead. Mentioned led the majority of the game. Dodge City, thanks to a error-filled 4th inning, would score 4 in the 4th inning and took that 4-3 lead before Great Bend responded with 3 in the bottom half and not only took the lead, but took the lead for good. Here's the 2-0 pitch to the lefty Hernandez, again in tight on a fastball by Matt Freeze. 3 balls, no strikes to Paco. The lights are on at the sports complex as we work our way through game number 2 this Wednesday night. Cole Rife with you, Landon Winkler, producer, as Freeze trying to stay alive on a 3-0 pitch, unable to do so. 4-pitch walk. Hernandez on board, first and second for Great Bend. Steph Spray coming up to the plate. Great Bend was able to get 7 batters to the plate, including a couple of doubles to lead things off in that first inning in game number 1. Maybe looking for an extra base hit right now as Steph Spray comes up to the plate. He has 1 double so far this year and his only extra base hit on the summer, as the first offering is right down the middle for strike number 1. Spray going 1 for 3 in the game 1 win with a single his last at bat in that 5th inning. Freeze looks at the lead runner at second. 0-1 pitch comes in to Spray again, splitting the middle of the plate. No balls, 2 strikes to Steph. Starting pitcher here tonight for the Great Bend Chiefs. Off to a good start with an easy first inning. Now the Chiefs trying to help out their pitcher with 1 out. Runners at first and second. But now tightening up on an 0-2 pitch. Freeze, 2, 3 glances at second base, brings it in, and a foul ball down, and then rolling back to the third base dugout. Still no balls, 2 strikes to Steph. Low set for 68 degrees here tonight at 91 here in game number 2. Steph Spray skyrockets one out into left field. That one curls over the top of the fence for a home run. A 3-run jack by Steph Spray, his first home run of the summer. And Great Bend jumps out to a 3-0 lead thanks to the long ball by Steph Spray. That was a shot by Spray. We talked a lot about the wind out of the south going right to left across the field. Obviously beneficial for Spray, but that was just a muscled shot by the starting pitcher, Steph Spray, over the left field fence. 3-0, Great Bend on top as Gavin Haberman will have the honor of following that up with 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning and the 3-0 lead for Great Bend. So we've talked a lot about over the last couple weeks. Great Bend's not a power hitting team, and not necessarily saying they are now just because of 1 home run, but good to see some extra bases and even those doubles that popped up, 4 of them in game 1, number 1 against Dodge City, and now 1 over the fence. Here's the first pitch, chin music coming in at 2, Gavin Haberman, as it's called for ball number 1. Haberman 1 for 2 in the game 1 win. 1-0 pitch out in front of it as it goes down the middle. 1 ball, 1 strike. Drew a walk, had a single in the first game, going for that 1 for 2 stance. And now the 1-1 pitch misfires outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. So wind has helped out a little bit this Wednesday evening at 91 degrees. 2-1 pitch trying to find the inner part of the plate, and Freeze is able to dial 1 up as it stays in tight on Haberman. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Starting center fielder watches a 2-2. flies one out into right field. Now towards the line, coming down, foul, as he'll come back for a 2-2 once again. So Stulson's able to run one out, reaching on an error. Hernandez drawing a walk. And a 3-run blast by Steph Spray has the 3-0 lead for Great Bend here in the first inning. And again, a good start for the Chiefs. A 2-2 once again, watched it in for strike 3 for Haberman for out number 2. So for Haberman, just his 4th strikeout of the season. He'll go down. 2 outs recorded in the bottom of the first inning. 3-0 Great Bend as Brad Beck comes up to the plate with nobody on board for the Chiefs. Quickly Freeze dials up a strike on a swing and a miss by Beck. As Freeze compared to some of his teammates and Aaron Trent and saw a little bit of Keck in that Game 1 loss for Dodge City. He works very quickly on the mound so far here through the first. And the fastball unable to hit its spot. 1 ball, 1 strike on Beck. Dodge City A's split with Great Bend early on in the season, back in early June. Out in front of it again is Beck. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They're missing a few guys in the lineup this Wednesday night in Great Bend, as a few of their teammates play on some other traveling teams. As Freeze brings in a 1-2, fouled straight to the back netting. Stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brad Beck. Sowers, Aiden Sowers, will be one of the guys missing from the lineup for Dodge City. Duran would be another one of those guys, really talented baseball player who played in that first series at Demon Field, not with the team here tonight, as this one stays tight to Beck. And he'll take it even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody on board, 3-0 Great Bend on top. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Freeze brings another off-speed tomahawk swing by Beck and quickly rips it foul to stay at 2 apiece. Beck, one of the 5 players with 2 hits in game number 1, going 2 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. As he is hanging in there on this 2-2 pitch with Matt Freeze. Sends it towards home plate, and Beck, as that one, he wasn't exactly sure where it was going to drop in the zone. He swung on one that came in high, but got a piece of it, going foul, still at 2 apiece. Beck able to get closer to 300 after that 2 for 3 performance in game number 1. Strike 3 called, dropped by the catcher Garcia as he lobs it down to first in time to finish off the strikeout. So 3 strikeouts for Matt Freeze, but in between then, a 3-run homer by Steph Spray as Great Bend on that 1 hit take the 3-0 lead after 1 inning in Great Bend. It is Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com. The wind has died down a little bit this Wednesday night in Great Bend, a little bit under 20 miles per hour, but still coming in strong right to left at the sports complex as the Chiefs take a 3-0 lead to the top of the 2nd inning against Dodge City. Remington Miller, Chasten Keck, and Tucker Smith will all get their first look at Steph Spray. So Spray, after hitting the 3-run homer at the plate the last half inning, starting pitcher here tonight for Great Bend, as he'll send in the first one to Miller down the middle on an off-speed pitch for strike number 1. Big thanks to the Fieldhouse Premier Athletic Training Facility. You can join them for their open gym from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Monday through Friday for only $5 per session. As the 0-1 pitch misses outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. They have basketball, volleyball, batting cages, pitching mounds, weights, and cardio equipment at the Fieldhouse in Great Bend. This one rocketed out in the left center field. That'll find the alley. Takes 2 bounces to the fence. Haberman finally picks it up, but it'll be a leadoff double for Remington Miller. Strongly hit shot, no doubter getting into the gap in left center field. As Dodge City has their second hit of the ball game, the first extra base hit for Dodge City, and it comes off the bat of Remington Miller. Here's Chasten Keck with nobody out.
Chasten Keck.
So for Spray, looking at his numbers and what he has given up, he's been pretty good. He's been good all season with a 2-0 record, but you look at his last outing as he pitched 5 innings against Larned. Gave up no hits, no runs in that ball game. Eventually got pulled. Sage Kelsch gave up 1 hit in that 6th inning in the shortened game. Otherwise, it would have been a no-hitter in a combination form. First pitch misses to Keck. 1 ball, no strikes. But he was solid. 3 strikeouts in that game against Larned on Sunday, as the Chiefs went on to win 10-0 in 6 innings as the 1-0 pitch sinks beneath the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. Now to Keck. Mentioned Spray was the winner in that Game 1 game against Dodge City, as he gave up 4 innings in 6 innings of work, 4 hits in 6 innings of work, and just 1 run. As this one's fouled to the back netting, 2 balls, 1 strike on Keck. Then he pitched 3 innings against Hayes last Wednesday. Eventually was pitching himself into a no decision, as Great Bend actually came back, took a lead in that Game 1, but lost it in the 7th inning. Spray pitched the first 3 innings of that contest. Outside on the 2-1 pitch. Runner goes down to third, and the throw is made, and the tag is there. Oh, Brad Beck showing off the muscle on the throw as Mater throws down the tag. And an out recorded here in the 2nd inning after the leadoff double. Miller gunned down at third base. 1 out and a 3-1 counts for Chasten Keck. Spray stays alive as he gets a foul ball off the bat of Keck. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We always talk about that short throw down to third, but not an easy one. It's a 3-2, lifted out into shallow right field. Hernandez back, but it'll be the second baseman, Jade Poe, coming over to grab it for out number 2 as Tucker Smith will make his way to the plate. I always talk about that short darting throw to third base, but not always easy, especially depending on where the batter is located as well. But Beck just quickly popped up and made a rifle of a throw down to third base, and Mater was able to apply the tag on Miller trying to steal third. Here's the first pitch in there for strike number 1 to Tucker Smith. So great play by the Great Bend defense. Then getting a pop-up from Keck. 2 outs, top of the 2nd, 3-0 Great Bend on top. Spray sends in the 0-1. Gets another pop-up. This one just barely leaving the infield. Underneath it, Jade Poe gets caught off by Mater. Comes in diving, but empty on the catch attempt. And the inning will continue for Dodge City. Just in a tough spot for anybody to get to for the Chiefs, and eventually falling down to the grass. As the inning will continue with 2 outs here in the 2nd inning for Dodge City. As Amric Duncan will come up to the plate. He moved up 1 spot, now in the 8th slot for the A's in that batting lineup as he takes a massive cut and massively out in front of this one, falls behind 0-1. Spray's given up 2 hits so far here tonight. Has 1 strikeout, steps off the rubber for a throw down to first. Hernandez on the tag, but already back on the bag is Tucker Smith as he brushes off his pants in the white and then the red and blue for Dodge City A's. Line drive shot back up the middle. Straight through the chute, and with 2 outs, it'll be first and second now for the A's, trailing 3-0. You get the feeling that Tucker Smith missed a signal there as his third base coach was waving him to third as he was continuing to slow down on his way into center field, but Tucker Smith didn't see the sign and stays at second base. So first and second for Dodge City. And their third hit of the evening as Landon Elling will come up to the plate and take strike number 1 for the 9-hitter now for the A's. Well, Dodge City, talk about the high school that had all this success this past spring on the diamond, and they brought back a number of those players here for their Legion team as this one misfires outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. I talked about a couple of their players playing on different traveling teams, not with the team here tonight, suiting up 10 players here in Great Bend. Spray looking at the lead runner. First and second for Dodge. 1-1 pitch dialed up for strike number 2. Runner goes down to third, and Great Bend easily tags him out. Well, Tucker Smith, who may have missed a signal to advance to third earlier, took a very late start down to third, and Great Bend makes the easy throw to tag him out for the final out. So Dodge City strands a runner, 2 hits in the second inning. It is Great Bend 3, Dodge City 0. You're listening to Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com. (3-0) Great Bend on top as we get set for the bottom of the second inning at the sports complex. Big thanks to Scott Mater and the Mater family as they appreciate all the effort by the young men featured tonight. And learning the early that success comes with sacrifice and that there are great rewards for diligence to work to finish things off. Congratulations to all the members of the American Legion baseball team from Scott Mater and Mater family. 3-0 Great Bend on top of the Dodge City A's, looking for the sweep against the team out of Ford County after going 1-1 against Dodge at Demon Field to start out Great Bend's season. So Matthew Mater will lead things off in the bottom of the second with a 3-0 lead thanks to that 3-run blast by Spray as the first pitch to Mater, and he takes a big hack at this one, comes up empty, 0-1. Mater was able to draw a walk in game number 1, went 0 for 2 at the plate as he awaits the 0-1 pitch that comes in dirty, 1 ball, 1 strike to Mater. Mentioned that wind helping things out a little bit here this Wednesday night. Still over 90 degrees for game number 2. This one flying out into center field. Back is Tucker Smith. Shades over towards his left and grabs it just over the top of his left shoulder for out number 1. You're going to lift one end of the outfield. You want to make sure you curl it back around to left corner or left center field. Give yourself a chance with that south wind at about 20 miles per hour. Instead, Edwin Chavez, starting shortstop here tonight, will come up to the plate with 1 gone. And again, coming up swinging on the first pitch from Matt Freeze, and nothing going, 0-1. Chavez had a couple nice hits in a game number 1, going 2 for 3 as he smacks this one into the net. Now no balls, 2 strikes. 2 for 3, a single, a double, and a strikeout for Chavez in that game 1 win, 9-4. As he holds strong for the 0-2 from Freeze, fastball comes bouncing in off the knee pad of the catcher, Gio Garcia. Now, was it called a strike? Because if so, Chavez will get down to first safely. So it's called a ball. Chavez is coming back. It's called a strike. That worked out well for the Chiefs, but instead called a ball, so Chavez will come back for a 1-2 count. That drilled off what seemed like the knee pad or around the ankles for Gio Garcia and rolled all the way out near the third base dugout. Nobody on board, so no harm done on the ball. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes for Chavez. Freese has been working that fastball here tonight as he can't locate outside as it goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned that defensive alignment, Trent, Keck, Miller, Elling all around the horn for Dodge City. 2-2 pitch comes in, swing and a miss, and another strikeout. So Freese, he gave up that home run, which was a big one, a 3 RBI smacked by Spray in that first inning, but he did have 3 strikeouts for all the outs in that inning, and now picks up his 4th K here tonight, getting Chavez, as that'll send up Joseph Mader. Not a bad way to start things out to the summer for Joseph Mader in game number 1 as he comes up empty on the first hack as he was well behind a fastball coming in across the middle of the plate, falls behind 0-1. First game of the season after missing the first 8 games, he goes 2 for 2, a couple singles and an RBI on a sac fly. 0-1 pitch, holds off down the middle, strike 2 called. Mader, another one of those guys, one of about 4 or 5 guys for Great Bend that playing in Garden Plain for basketball and then having to quickly make their way back to Great Bend for this doubleheader. Chiefs still without Sage Kelsch in that lineup for the second game, as it was kind of a question whether or not he'd get back for the second. Here's the 0-2 pitched by Mader to Mader, and it comes in bouncing and off that bare hand of the catcher Garcia, who tried to knock that one down, and now trying to shake things off after getting nicked. Final home game of the season for the Great Bend Chiefs. They'll get to host zone, but it'll be out at Barton Community College as it stays outside on the 1-2. Evens up at 2 apiece. Off to McPherson this weekend. They have games Friday and Saturday for the McPherson Hooper Classic. As the 2-2 pitch to Mader and a swing and a miss, and another outs for the final one here for the Dodge City A's. So again, the strikeouts are coming plentiful for Matt Freese. But that 3-run blast back in the first, the difference. Great Bend unable to score with no hits in the inning, but they take a 3-0 lead to the top of the third on GreatBendPost.com. Great Bend Chiefs trying to make it 5 straight wins. Off to a good start against Dodge City in the second game of the doubleheader. 3-0 Chiefs on top as we take it to the top of the third inning. Big thanks to Animal Medical Center, AMC, large or small, they will take care of them all. And Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. For every project, Empire will provide free estimates, a project timeline, and quality workmanship. Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. 3-0 Great Bend on top. Top of the third inning for the A's out of Dodge City. Landon Elling and Jared Cleason and Aaron Trent all due up for the blue and red A's as this one quickly smacked foul into the netting, 0-1 on Elling. So Spray still making his way through the first time of the lineup of Dodge City, as this is the 9-hitter for the A's, and the 0-1 pitch is brought down for strike number 2. Spray 2-0 on the summer. Only game that he's pitched he didn't get an account for is that game against Hayes last Wednesday, no decision. Back to the middle, Spray knocks it down and throws it back to Hernandez for the opening out of the third inning. He pitched 3 innings in that game against Hayes last Wednesday, gave up 7 hits, 3 runs, including a couple homers after Hayes got off to that monster start with 2 homers in that first inning. Walked 2 batters, had a strikeout, eventually was off the hook when Great Bend took the lead late in that game before losing it in the 7th, as now it'll be Jared Cleason who takes the opening pitch for ball number 1. And then Spray was lights out Sunday against Larned in 5 innings, no hits, no runs. and he gets a pop-up on Cleason. Stays in the infield, and it'll fall down in front of Beck and Spray. Neither one of them calling for the ball. It drops foul as Cleason will come back, but a miscue between Beck and Spray as they had an easy play for the second out. For Great Bend, they will get a big test this weekend, some good competition in McPherson as they start out that McPherson tournament in Buhler this upcoming Friday. Tim Gross will have the call here on GreatBendPost.com. 1-1 pitch slips down into the zone. 1-2 the counts now on Cleason. First game Friday starting up at 11 o'clock against the Kansas Senators. 1-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. And strikeout number 2 for Spray. And out number 2 of the inning as well for the Chiefs. Here's Aaron Trent. It'll be their first weekend test. I mentioned the Chiefs, usually the tournament was held this past weekend, but with Dodge City dropping out, turned into a triangular, so really just kind of like a doubleheader in that fashion. Ground ball by Trent, left side, diving Chavez, can't get it underneath him, and it'll be a 2-out single now for Aaron Trent as he is 2 for 2 tonight with a pair of singles. This one coming in the third inning, and Matt Freeze will get a crack at it with the 2 outs. After that McPherson tournament, they'll be in Salina next Tuesday in a triangular with Pratt in Salina. And then they'll have the July 4th weekend off, but come back on that 5th of July for a couple of games against Larned Indians again. Freeze comes up empty on the first hack, 0-1. So they'll play Larned for the 4th and the 5th time coming up on July 5th. And then that following weekend in July, they have that tournament in Lincoln, Nebraska. Big tournament up north, another big hack, nothing going for Freeze, 0-2. Then they had that buffer week where it kind of turned out to July 12th through the 17th before the zone tournament starts up on the 20th here in Great Bend at Barton Community College. So about halfway through the season for the Chiefs Legion campaign as the 0-2 pitch. Oh, nasty! Steph Spray pulls the string as it drops back into the zone. Strike 3 called for the final out of the inning, and the Chiefs take a 3-0 lead to the bottom of the third on GreatBendPost.com. Great Bend taking a 3-0 lead to the bottom of the third inning at the Sports Complex against Dodge City this Wednesday night after picking up a Game 1 win in the doubleheader, looking for the sweep against the A's. Tonight's game brought to you by Eagle Tire, 10th and Main, 10th and Kansas in Great Bend. See them for oil, lube, and filter service, as well as exhaust service. And Zip Stop, all your convenience items at Zip Stop at 10th and Main and 10th and Grand in Great Bend. And on Santa Fe and Ellenwood, save money with every fuel purchase when you pay with cash at Zip Stop. Bradley Hopkins will lead things off for the Great Bend Chiefs on top 3-0 in the bottom of the third inning as the Chiefs offense has been humming the last 2 weeks. Matt Freeze, the righty, dials up a fastball that comes skidding in across the dirt, ricocheting off of Garcia's glove for ball number 1. Both pitchers making their way through the lineup for the first time. Hopkins, the 10 batter for Great Bend, and that one comes in on the wrist and drills Hopkins. Did it hit part of the bats? Is going to be the case right now. Hopkins saying it came in above the bat, hit him above. It looks like he has that wristband maybe with the call sheets on it, and it came above. The home plate umpire is saying it nicked part of the bat as well for a strike. And now Randy Beck comes over, looks at Hopkins, as Bradley has a quick conversation with his coach and takes a few more practice cuts and will stay alive. So instead of getting a free base, Hopkins takes the brunt of that one and has to stay on board here with 1 ball and 1 strike. Freese, who has been dialing up fastballs so far early on here this evening, finds the zone. Now 1-2 the count on Hopkins, serving as the DH here in the second game. Played second base in the first game. 1-2, strike 3 called as he finds the bottom part of the zone. That'll be a 4-pitch strikeout for Matt Freese and out number 1 in the third inning. So Jade Poe will come up to the plate with 1 out in the bottom of the third. Great Bend leading 3-0 thanks to the 3-run homer by Steph Spray. Poe, who hit the ball well in game number 1, 0 for 1 here tonight with a strikeout his first time up as this one comes in bouncing for ball number 1. Poe able to increase that 208 average he had coming into this doubleheader, going 2 for 3 in the first game. 1-0 pitch finds the zone for strike number 1. As Poe and the Chiefs have been showing off their extra base hitting ability here in the last 4 or 5 games, but Freese just comes back with another strike, gets ahead 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, he wastes little time in between pitches, and he's got some good velocity on that fastball as the 1-2. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Freese fields it, underhand toss is there for out number 2. So Great Bend with those 3 runs in the first inning, scoreless in the second in a 1-2-3. And in fear of going 1-2-3 again here in the third inning as Tyler Stulsatz comes up with 2 outs. Stulsatz reaching on an error his first time up in the first inning as Freese delivers the first one and he pounds the zone for strike number 1. The 0-1 pitch quickly brought in. He works the inside part of play to Stulsatz. Gets ahead, 0-2. Gotta like the delivery right now by Matt Freese and the Dodge City pitcher as he gets Stulsatz in on the hands, pops it up and goes foul, stays at no balls, 2 strikes. Stulsatz has just seen his batting average soar over the last 2 weeks, now leads the team hitting-wise at 360. Hard hit ground ball to the second baseman. Miller comes up, zips it over to first base for the final out of the inning. Well hit ball by Stulsatz, but right at the second baseman Miller. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Great Bend, but they have a 3-0 lead as we take you to the top of the 4th inning on GreatBendPost.com.
Defensive change for the Chiefs. Edward Chavez takes the mound. Jake Poe moves to shortstop. Bradley Hopkins is second base.
3-0 Great Bend on top at Dodge City as we get set for the 4th inning at the Great Bend Sports Complex. Cole Ripe with you, Landon Winkler, producer at 12th and Baker. 3-0 lead, Great Bend scoring their 3 in the first. Both teams scoreless the last 2, but luckily for Great Bend, Dodge City has been scoreless through their last 3. As the Chiefs come out with a new pitcher to start out the 4th inning with a big tournament coming up in McPherson beginning Friday. Wanting to keep those arms fresh and in pitching control at that pitch count. Quick ground ball off of Caleb Miles' bat, fielded by the second baseman Hopkins now, and he gets the out to Hernandez. So some rotation. Edwin Chavez comes over from shortstop, replaces Steph Spray. Jade Poe goes to shortstop, and it'll be Hopkins over at second base for Great Bend. 1 out here in the 4th inning. There's Gio Garcia. Again, hot shot to Hopkins. Right at him, though. Beautifully fielded and comes up with the out at first base. So back-to-back ground ball outs for Edwin Chavez and the Great Bend defense. 2 outs, top of the 4th inning. 3-0 Great Bend. Remington Miller comes up to the plate. Well, it's one of the 4 hits for Dodge City. He had a double to lead off the 2nd inning. And so he'll come back up for the 2nd time facing the new pitcher, Edwin Chavez. So Spray in position for the win as this one stays well outside and away from Brad Beck. And ball 1 to Miller. Spray goes 3 innings, gives up 4 hits, struck out 3 batters. And has his team on top 3-0 thanks to his bat as well. And comes out of the ball game as Edwin Chavez will make an appearance in relief with that 3-0 lead. As a 1-0 pitch drops in for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Miller. Chavez, his 3rd appearance on the mound this summer. His 2nd game coming on in relief as he brings in the 1-1. Ground ball. Hopkins can make another play. Ooh, nasty hop. Comes back in and smacks him right in the face as he keeps it in front of him. But it'll be a 2 outs bagger here for Remington Miller. Hopkins was gobbling things up here in this inning, but that took a funky one right before it was coming into his glove and just rolled up his body and smacked him in the face. He settles back in with these 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning, so a runner down at first base now for Dodge City. Here's Chasten Keck, who is 0 for 1 here tonight as he popped up to the second baseman his last time up in the 2nd inning. Wind still continues to come in right to left. Pitch outside. Throw down to second with the runner going, and they get him a mile ahead of the slide as Great Bend tags him out. Poe easily lays down the leather for the final out of the inning. So for Dodge City, they get a hit in the 4th inning, but they get thrown out at second, and Great Bend takes their 3-0 lead through 3.5 innings at the Sports Complex. Great Bend in search of the sweep against Dodge City this Wednesday night at the Sports Complex after picking up the win in Game 1, 9-4. Have a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th inning with the middle of the lineup coming up against Matt Freeze. Tonight's game brought to you by Eldridge Fencing, Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine. Get your life back. And Smith Supply, proud to serve the independent oil and gas operators of Mid-America, offering a full-service pump shop and after-hours accessibility. 3-0 Great Bend on top. Paco Hernandez, Steph Spray, and Gavin Haberman all coming up in the 4th inning for Great Bend with that 3-0 lead. Hernandez has been solid again here in this doubleheader. You talk about some of the guys that's just been consistent all summer long. Hernandez, I'd like to see that batting average creep up a little bit more, but defensively can plug him anywhere. As his first pitch comes up swinging. Ground ball left side, knocked down by Keck at short. Doesn't have a throw out of the long hole. Good play by Keck getting that ball, getting it to knock down, but didn't have a throw at all against Hernandez as he has an infield single for his first hits of the second game. And for Great Bend, just their second hit of the game. But luckily, their other hit was a 3-run homer by this guy, Steph Spray. 3-run homers last time up as Hernandez looked like he was making his way down, but took a weird last step and slid a little bit. Comes back to the bag as Spray takes the first pitch for a strike. Well, when was the last time Spray knocked one over the fence? That was a good shot his first time up as he holds off on a pitch beneath the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not only Spray's first home run, but first home run of the entire season for any Great Bend Chief. And really the extra base hits just weren't there. They're winning games, coming in with the record of 6-2, just doing it in a different fashion, mostly with their pitching. Here's a 1-1. Hernandez had a great start, and the pitch goes through the legs of the catcher Garcia, and then he can slow down as he even took a look at third, but coming back to the second base bag. He was about a third of the way to second base before Freeze even had the ball released from his hand. And now starts to march off the second base bag. Miller dancing around behind the bag. Here's Spray swinging a miss on a 2-1 pitch and takes it to 2 apiece. Spray, who was leading the team for the majority of the season in batting average. That hot start by Stulsatz in the last 2 weeks has surpassed him, but still hitting at .350. Pickoff move to second. Hernandez read it, gets back in safely as they try to duck in behind him. So a leadoff single by Hernandez. Second hit of the ball game for Great Bend on top 3-0, and Spray at the plate with nobody out. Freeze again, the 2-2 pitch brought down the middle, out in front of it is Spray, and he goes down swinging for out number 1. Hasn't happened a whole lot in the season, just the third strikeout of the entire summer for Spray. As he goes down for the first out of the 4th inning for Great Bend, is now Gavin Haberman, who struck out his last time up. We'll get another crack at Matt Freeze. If you're not ready for that fastball, he can burn him in there. First one coming in is the fastball, and it's dialed up for strike number 1 to Haberman. Freeze had the 3 outs recorded with his arm on strikeouts in the first inning, 2 strikeouts in the second, 1 in the third, as the 0-1 pitch nubbed right down to home plate and a foul ball for Haberman, 0-2. So 7 strikeouts already for Matt Freeze with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. But his team trailing by a score of 3-0 with a runner down at second in Hernandez. And Haberman, you talk about extra base hitting for Great Bend. He has 1 extra base hit. It came on a triple. That 1 triple leads the team in that statistical category as he shades 1 foul. 0-2 now to Gavin Haberman. Great Bend winning game number 1, 9-4, leading the majority of that ball game. Here's the 0-2 in high inside as well to Haberman. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's Great Bend, who's just kind of searching with an inexperienced team this past spring with the Great Bend Panthers with a 7-13 campaign. Having some success here in the summer as Haberman fouls one down, then rolls to the backstop, stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the team was going to be young a couple of years ago, but then COVID-19 wiping out the spring season. And then just inexperienced this past year with some upperclassmen. 1-2 pitch again comes eye level to Haberman. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Gavin. And now just getting some more reps, more at-bats, more plays in the infield and the outfield for Great Bend. Starting to come together pretty nicely at 7-2 here this Legion season. 2-2 pitch to Haberman with 1 out. Stays outside on another fastball by Freeze. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Great Bend hasn't scored since that 3-run first inning. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning, but still leading 3-0. Freeze, the 3-2, took a little bit off of this one, sails up top, and it'll be a walk with 1 out. Just a second walk given up by Matt Freeze. He's been locating for the most part here tonight, unable to do so on that 3-2 pitch to Haberman. First and second for the Chiefs as Brad Beck comes up to the plate for Great Bend. 0 for 1 tonight with a strikeout in the first inning. We've seen the success already for this lineup the second time through with Matt Freeze. Like I said, if you're not ready for that fastball, it can be overwhelming as Beck comes through on a high pitch on a swing, 0-1. So after that McPherson tournament this weekend for the Great Bend Chiefs, they'll be back at it in Salina next Tuesday for a triangular with Salina and Pratt as Freeze delivers the 0-1, and Beck still unable to catch up to this one, falls behind 0-2. And at Larned July 5th before heading out to Lincoln, Nebraska for a tournament July 9th through the 11th. And then the zone tournament will be coming up here in Great Bend with Hayes and Newton. 1 out, 0-2 pitch. Runners at first and second, bottom the 4th, 3-0. Great Bend on top. Freeze brings it in, pop up Beck, and then shades it foul, and it stays at no balls, 2 strikes. A 9-4 win against Dodge City, another, in Great Bend's case, a cushion win. After all those nail biters through the first 6 games, including 4 games decided by 1 run, Great Bend able to get a 5-run win as the 0-2 comes over the top of the head of Beck. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the 6-hitter and starting catcher Brad Beck. So after getting an 8-0 win and a 10-0 win Sunday, 9-4 feels pretty good for the Chiefs, coming alive with more offense. Pitching has been solid all summer long. 1-2, got him to swing on a pitch outside, and the second out is in the books here in the 4th inning. So Beck not seeing the ball overly well against Matt Freeze with a couple of strikeouts now. It'll be up to Matthew Mater with runners at first and second and 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning with Great Bend leading 3-0.
Matthew Mater.
Mater trying to get going here tonight against the Dodge City A's as he takes a hack at the first one, drives it out into center field. Tucker Smith gets underneath this and comes up with the catch for the final out of the inning. So for Great Bend, a leadoff single by Hernandez. They strand him at second, another runner at first. 1 hit, no runs. Great Bend 3, Dodge City 0 through 4 innings at the Sports Complex on GreatBendPost.com. Edwin Chavez will come back out for the 5th inning tonight as Great Bend has a 3-0 lead against Dodge City in game number 2 of the doubleheader. Tonight's game brought to you by Venture Corporation, founded by Orville Butch Spray in the 1970s as a small asphalt plant in Larned, has now grown to become one of the largest asphalt contractors in Kansas. Venture Corporation reminds you to shop at home and help a neighbor. So Spray got the start here tonight. He went 3 innings in position for the win for Great Bend, as Chavez had a nice 4th inning as he got a couple of ground outs early on. Then that single by Miller with 2 outs, but eventually got thrown out at third and trying to take third base. And so Chasten Keck, who was unable to finish his at-bat in that 4th inning, will lead things off for the 5th for the Dodge City A's. Dodge City missing a couple guys from the first time that Great Bend played them on June 9th at Demon Field down in southwest Kansas. Aiden Sowers not with the team here tonight. Duran also not with the team this evening, so Missing a couple of really good players for Dodge City, but Great Bend taking advantage any way they can, looking for that 5th straight win as a nasty slider by Chavez misfires up top for ball number 1. There's that 1-0 pitch in on the hands, but Keck gives this one a ride, going foul quickly. A long foul ball by Keck. 1 ball, 1 strike on the starting shortstop. So zone tournament, Great Bend, one of the 3 hosts in AAA, as they'll be hosting out at Barton Community College coming up in mid-July. As this one stays outside from Chavez. 2 balls, 1 strike on Keck. Hayes and Newton will be coming to Great Bend for that zone tournament. Now Keck pushes one out into right field. Mater comes in running, has the catch for out number 1. Matthew had that great catch back in the 2nd inning of game number 1. A head-first dive, came up with a beautiful gem. A more routine catch this time as Tucker Smith comes up to the plate, who reached on an error back in the 2nd inning. First pitch comes in, fastball by Chavez, sinks beneath the zone, 1-0 count now on Smith. Great Bend at 7-2 on the season. After splitting with Dodge City to start out their regular season, in tight, finds the inner part of the zone, and Chavez gets the benefit of the doubt. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's been a good campaign so far for the Chiefs at 7-2. 1-1 pitch comes in, limboing out of the way is Smith. That was near the same location from Chavez. Doesn't get the call this time. 2 balls, 1 strike. But Great Bend starting to pound out some runs offensively here in the last week and a half. As this one sails outside. 3 balls, 1 strike to Smith. Starting center fielder, 0 for 1. Looking to get something going, although Dodge City has out-hit Great Bend 5-2 here tonight. And Chavez stays alive at this at-bat as he hits the zone on the 3-1 for a full count. Top of the 5th inning, 3-0 Great Bend on top. 1 out, 3-2 pitch. Chavez sends it in. It was a strike, but stepping out right before the pitch from Chavez is Smith as he gets out of the box. He'll settle back in, toes up, straightens up. 3-2, brought in again. Chavez swing and a miss, and out number 2 is recorded on a strikeout by Tucker Smith. So for Chavez, his first strikeout here tonight, coming on in relief. Trying to work his way through his 2nd inning, replacing a Steph Spray. Chavez, in his 10 1/3 innings of work prior to this matchup, had 9 strikeouts. Swing and a cut. Duncan smacks one foul, falls behind 0-1. Chavez pitched 6 1/3 innings of work in that game 1 against Larned back on June 11th. As he sends in an 0-1 that hits the zone. Now, no balls, 2 strikes on Duncan. Last action was last Wednesday for Chavez, as he got credited for the loss in the final 4 innings in that wild game against Hayes. Out in front of him as, again, he brings in an off-speed pitch and a swing and a miss by Duncan. And the 2nd strikeout of the inning is the final out. So great pitching by Chavez, and the Great Bend Chiefs through 4 1/2 on top 3-0 at the Sports Complex in Great Bend. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Scott Mater and the Mater family, taking this opportunity to acknowledge all the athletes competing this summer, including with the American Legion baseball team. As Scott Mater family thank all the parents who sacrifice their time and energy every single year to see their children have the opportunity to compete at their sports or activity. 3-0 Great Bend on top, a goose egg for the Dodge City A's through 4.5 innings as the Chiefs coming up to the plates in the bottom of the 5th as Edwin Chavez, Joseph Mater, and Bradley Hopkins all coming up in the 5th inning for Great Bend, leading 3-0. 3-run homer by Steph Spray back in the 1st inning, the difference maker tonight for the Chiefs in this 3-0 lead, as they have been scoreless since, and really not much of a threat since that 1st inning. That 4th inning, they had a couple guys on at 1st and 2nd, but eventually stranded both of those with a strikeout and a flyout to finish off that 4th inning. As Chavez comes up to the plate, his first pitch from Freeze is in there for ball 1. Freeze goes into his delivery. This one comes bouncing across home plate for ball number 2, and then slams into the backstop here at the sports complex. Mentioned the final home game of the season, at least the regular season for Great Bend. Getting to host zone tournament, but out at Barton Community College. 2-0, this one drifting out into right field. Duncan comes in for the catch. As the lights are on at the sports complex, 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning, 3-0 Great Bend on top. Final game at the sports complex for the Chiefs as the turf will be coming in to the facility starting up in the middle of July, that July 12th week, give or take, here at the sports complex, as all 4 fields at the sports complex and Langer Field adjacent to the facility, just beyond that right center field wall or fence here at field number 1, will be getting infield turf as well. So for these boys coming back for the spring season, we'll be playing on a different setting here as the turf will be coming on in the infield as Mater rockets one foul to the right, falls behind 0-1 as Freeze will step off the rubber. After missing those first 8 games of the season with an injury, good to have Joseph Mater back in that lineup as he went 2 for 2 with an RBI in game number 1, 0 for 1 here in game number 2 as he watches one drop underneath the zone, 1 ball, 1 strike. Freeze has been dealing on the mound with that fastball as a 1-1 brought in, but stays low and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. As Great Bend now getting that second look at Matt Freeze in that lineup, as he already goes to work on a 2-1 pitch and hits the inner part of the plate for strike number 2. We've seen that inside pitch get called on both sides. And it's creeped in and in and in. 2-2. Mater stays alive as he hacks a foul into the Dodge City bullpen. Now will come back into the right side of the box for another 2-2. Wind continues to push across the right to left at the sports complex. Down the south has died down a little bit as we get further past the 9 o'clock hour. 90 degrees, 2-2, misfires. Full count it goes to Mater. High is set again for 100 degrees tomorrow. The low tonight at 66. You look at this weekend for the Great Bend Chiefs and McPherson. It'll be hot, but increased chances of rain coming up on Friday and Saturday in the McPherson area as Mater fouls off another one, stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Especially Friday would be the biggest threat as they move those games up an hour. As Freeze ready to go on the 2-2 pitch, comes in across home plate, but Mater stays alive, fouls another one off backwards. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So first game Friday will start up at 11 o'clock for the Chiefs. They'll play again at 3:20 later that afternoon. First game's in Buhler, second game in McPherson. Freeze just trying to get one past Mater as he's stayed alive. 2-2 pitch, and he does so this time on an outside pitch. And out in front of it is Mater as he strikes out for the second time. 2 outs in the 5th inning as it'll bring up Bradley Hopkins. After days in the 80s, Monday and Tuesday here in Great Bend, or at least Sunday and Monday, it was kind of felt like normal coming out to the ball field in 100-degree weather at the start of this one as Hopkins takes a strike and the wind was blowing at about 30 miles per hour at that time, closer to 5 o'clock, an hour before the first pitch. Freeze on the 0-1, has a ground ball hit right back at him, bobbles it, picks it back up, and still has time to get Hopkins out at first for the final out. So he sticks with it, comes up with the play, and it'll be 3 up, 3 down for the Great Bend Chiefs. No hits, no runs. It is Great Bend 3, Dodge City 0 through 5 innings at the Sports Complex on GreatBendPost.com. Decent chunk of fans on board this Wednesday night for Great Bend Chiefs baseball against Dodge City. Top of the 6th inning, the A's coming up to the plate, trailing by a score of 3-0. Big thanks to the Fieldhouse Premier Athletic Training Facility in Great Bend, as they believe in only the highest standards of physical fitness training. The staff members at the Fieldhouse are actively enriching the lives of members and creating a community of like-minded people who love being healthy and strong. The Fieldhouse, who has open gym Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., only $5 per session. 3-0, Great Bend on top of the 6th inning, as Edwin Chavez coming on in relief for the Chiefs. Will come out for the 3rd inning for Great Bend, trying to keep all their arms alive for the weekend tournament in McPherson that starts up on Friday for Great Bend. So in pretty good position to do that. We saw Spray go out for the first 3 innings in position to get the win. Gave up 4 hits in those 3 innings, as a 1-0 pitch from Chavez dialed up for strike number 1. Landon Elling leading things off. Jared Cleason, the DH, hitting second, then back to the top of the lineup with Trent, as a 1-1 finds his spot as Chavez going to work quickly. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chavez has 1 strikeout so far in his previous 2 innings. 1-2 pitch, gets a swing and a miss. Oh, did he foul it back down? Yeah, stays alive. So got just a piece of that one. To stay at 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Elling. Starting first baseman 0 for 1 here tonight. That's that straight up approach midway through the right box. Bat sitting on his shoulder right now, lifts it up barely on a 1-2, and again a swing and a miss. So Chavez repeats the same pitch and gets the swing by Elling that he wanted, and a strikeout for out number 1 in the 6th inning. Here's Jared Cleason. Well, Chavez mentioned in his 10-plus innings of work prior to this outing against Dodge City, 9 strikeouts. He now has the 3 strikeouts, as he had 2 in the 5th. Now picks up his 3rd on that one against Elling, as he gets a foul tip down by Cleason for strike number 1. Chavez pitched June 11th against Larned in 6 1/3 innings, then 4 innings last Wednesday against Hayes. Comes in with an 0-1 record. Spray is in position to get the win here for Great Bend, as this one stays outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chavez looks into Beck. The righty brings in that 1-1. It stays low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Chavez is probably the only pitcher with that ERA they like to see drop down a little bit, but mostly it was that outing against Hayes last Wednesday, as he got roughed up in the latter part of that game against the Eagles, as he brings in the 2-1 pitch right down Broadway for strike number 2. Gave up 5 hits to the Eagles, 6 runs. Walked 3 batters, had 3 strikeouts in the outing last Wednesday, making his first appearance in a week. 2-2 pitch is brought in, stays outside. A good block by Beck, keeps it in front of him, but nobody on board. Now a 3-2 count to Cleason. 3-0, Great Bend on top. 3-2 pitch stays chin high, and it'll be a walk with 1 out in the 6th inning. Top of the lineup now for Dodge City and Aaron Trent, who is trying to remain perfect on the evening. 2 for 2 with a couple of singles. Base knock in the 1st inning, and then followed it up with another single in the 3rd inning. He has 2 of the 5 hits so far for Dodge City, who has out-hit Great Bend 5-2. But Great Bend, luckily one of their 2 hits, a 3-run blast. The difference maker here tonight on top 3-0 as Chavez can't locate on the first offering to Trent. Other than Trent going 2 for 2, the hits have been kind of scattered about that lineup for Dodge City in the 2nd game, as Chavez comes right back to work against Trent. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield, tap around, now sets in as a 1-1, brought in towards home plate, and that stays above the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike on Trent. Great Bend's pitching has been great so far in their 7-2 start this summer. And getting a split against Hayes, Great Bend has some big sights now in 2021 on possibilities of maybe making the state tournament, but that'll be no easy task, knowing that Hayes will be in there, Newton in that same zone tournament. Chavez stays outside on the 2-1. 3 balls, 1 strike on Trent. Runner down at first, 1 out. Comes across home plate, but out in front of it is Trent. And another full count pitch coming up for Chavez and the Chiefs. Chavez again looks up at the last second, doesn't get the call in the outer part of the plate on a 3-2. And with 1 out, back-to-back walks now by Chavez. First and second for Dodge City as Matt Freeze will come up to the plate, who is 0 for 2 so far tonight. So for Great Bend, playing without Sage Kelsch here tonight in the lineup. After him and a number of other Chiefs playing some basketball in Garden Plain on a jamboree. As this one stays outside to Freeze, you can see the strategy for Dodge City has switched, especially after back-to-back walks. It becomes a lot easier for Freeze to be patient as he settles back in for a 1-0 pitch. But seeing a lot more throws here by Chavez as he hurls in the 1-0 right down Main Street for strike number 1. Not an overly deep team for Great Bend, but Dodge City only coming in with 10 suited up here tonight. All 10 of them in that batting lineup. And Great Bend, mentioned without Kelsch, 11 out on the season. Down to 10 here tonight, all 10 of those guys in the lineup. 1-1 pitch with runners at first and second, and it pulls down into the zone. And it is in there for strike number 2. So Chavez trying to squash any huge threat here by Dodge City. Could use a K on a 1-2 pitch with runners at first and second and 1 out. Looks at the lead runner, brings it in. This one drops in to his catcher, Brad Beck. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dodge City just one good placement hit for making this a tight game. As the 2-2 pitch slips back into the zone, strike 3 called. It came off the hand of Chavez, and Matt Freeze was getting out of the box thinking it was coming in, but it curls back into the zone for strike 3 called as he just pulled the chair out on that pitch. Matt Freeze didn't even know the ball was coming across home plate as he not only got out of the box, but looked the other way as he thought he was going to get a free base. But instead, Chavez gets the big strikeout, 2 outs now in the top of the 6th inning as he misfires to Miles on the opening pitch. Wind continues to whip out of the south at about 20 miles per hour. Right to left here at the sports complex. Fastball from Chavez stays outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Miles, who is 0 for 2 tonight with a strikeout and a ground out. 4 straight wins for the Chiefs, now 7-2. And starting to do so in more comfortable fashion after winning by 5 in Game 1 against Dodge. as this one again misses outside. 3 straight balls now to Caleb Miles. Chavez attacking on the 3-0, stays alive on the batter as he hits the zone. 3 balls, 1 strike to Miles. Mentioned the hitting has been scattered about. In the hole right now will be the next big threat in Remington Miller, who's 2 for 2 tonight. On deck is Gio Garcia as Chavez again pounds the zone and gets it to a full count. Edwin has seen a lot of full counts already in his 2+ innings of work. Here's another big opportunity with 2 outs. 3-2, swing and a miss. That'll do it. The threat is over. After first and second for Dodge City, they'll strand both runners as Chavez comes back to strike out the side. 3-0 Great Bend on top as we take it to the bottom of the 6th inning on GreatBendPost.com. Dodge City comes out with a pitching change in the bottom of the 6th inning, trailing 3-0 as Remington Miller will take over for Matt Freeze. The stat line for Freeze pretty good, except for 1 pitch that he gave up a 3-run homer to Steph Spray back in the 1st inning as Jade Poe leads off the inning, getting his first look at Miller. Inside for ball number 1 to Poe in search of his first hits here in game number 2 after getting 2 hits in the first game. Takes the second pitch for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on Poe. So Matt Freeze goes 5 innings, gave up just 2 hits, 3 runs, a home run, a couple walks, and had 9 strikeouts here tonight. So you look at those big stats, 5 innings, only 2 hits and 9 strikeouts. You think he was in position for a win, but one of the 2 hits, a 3-run blast by Spray. This one off the mark, 2-1 pitch brought in by Remington, fouled off by Poe. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So a tough break for Freeze as he gave up that homer in the 1st inning. Other than that, he was phenomenal as Great Bend was really unable to get to him. They had a slight chance stranding a couple runners in that 4th inning. Shot right back up the middle. Poe hits it off the pitcher, but Miller is able to field it. And now bending over a little bit as he tries to catch his breath as his heart probably sank as that shot right back up the middle to Remington Miller, but able to knock it down as he just drilled him and throws out Poe at first base. Hard to say where that came and made contact. with Miller as he tells everybody he's okay. You know, get ready for his next batter in Tyler Stulsatz. Well, Stulsatz, who leads the team in hits and batting average. Also another guy looking for his first hits of the second game. Lays off in a pitch beneath the zone. 1-0 count for Tyler. 0 for 2, reached on an error and a ground out so far for Stulsatz. He'll be on board with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Great Bend just looking to add to that 3-0 lead in there for strike number 1. 1-1 counts to Tyler. So Freeze was really in control of his fastball after going 5 innings on the mound tonight for Dodge City. Miller a little bit less on the velocity, misfires upstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. We've already seen, though, different speeds coming from Miller out of the mound as a right-handed pitcher. 2-1 pitch brought inside to come off the foot of Stulsatz. Yeah. As that one took a weird ricochet back over to the right. So with 1 out, Stulsatz gets drilled in the foot. He'll take his free bag as Paco Hernandez will come up to the plate. The offense was steady in that first game, and even though Great Bend jumped out to that early 3-0 lead, it was even when they weren't scoring, they were threatening on the base path. It really hasn't been the case here tonight for either one of these two teams. As Dodge City, that biggest threat they had came in just the last half inning with runners at first and second. Here's Hernandez with a runner down at first and 1 out. Blast one out into center field. Haberman, going back to the wall and goes over the top of his head. So Hernandez hits one over the top of Smith. And now second and third for Great Bend as Paco Hernandez just powers one out into dead center with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. So for Hernandez, who had 2 doubles in game number 1, has his 3rd double of the doubleheader. And his 4th hit so far against Dodge City here tonight. 2 here in the second game, and Steph Spray comes up to the plate. Well, he has another chance for a 3-run homer with runners at second and third. Hacks at the first one, hits a foul, 0-1. Ground out by Poe to start out the inning. Then Stulsatz got hit by a pitch. He's on at third. Hernandez with the double at second. 0-1 pitch. Spray fights it over the right side. No balls, 2 strikes to Steph Spray. Spray 1 for 2 with a 3-run homer in the first inning. And driving in the only run so far here tonight for Great Bend, but pitching has been phenomenal for the Chiefs again here tonight. Holding on to a shutout, trying to get their 3rd shutout in 4 games. 0-2 pitch. Miller misses outside on a fastball. 1-2 the count now to Spray. Spray able to drive in his 5th, 6th, and 7th RBIs. Check swing on a pitch outside to go around. Yeah. As Miller gets him to reach out on a half-hearted swing on a pitch outside. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th inning for Gavin Haberman.
Number 16, Gavin Haberman.
Great Bend with just 2 hits. Spray had the 1, and the other one from Hernandez. And now with 3 hits as Hernandez picked up his 2nd hit of the ball game, as the first one is there for a strike against Haberman. Gavin trying to get going here tonight. Cuts through another one, 0-2. He's 0 for 1 here tonight with a strikeout, also reached on a walk. As he's been able to do that pretty heavily here as of late. 7 walks coming into this doubleheader, added 1 in the first game, another 1 in the second game. That one off its spot, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gavin. Starting to feel a little bit better after game started up at 99 degrees this Wednesday. 1-2 pitch, strike 3 called Shazam. Remington Miller gets the strikeout for the final out of the inning. And that'll do it for the 6th. So Great Bend strand a couple of runners at second and third, but lead it 3-0 going to the top of the 7th inning on GreatBendPost.com. Paco Hernandez will try to close things out for Great Bend as we take it to the top of the 7th inning. 3-0 Chiefs on top at Dodge City, looking for the sweep of the A's and looking for their 5th straight win. Tonight's game brought to you by Animal Medical Center, large or small. They take care of them all. And Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. For every project, Empire will provide free estimates, a project timeline, and quality workmanship at Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. So Hernandez comes on to try to close the door on Dodge City. Steph Spray started. He went 3 innings. Edwin Chavez goes 3 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts for Chavez as he pitched in some great relief ball. And now Hernandez trying to close the door on Dodge City as they'll face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters of the A's. Gio Garcia, Remington Miller, and Chasten Keck all coming up for the A's, who have been scoreless so far through 6 innings. And Great Bend trying to keep the same here in the 7th to get the win and improve to 8-2 on the year. Garcia 0 for 2 here tonight with a fly out and a ground out. Hernandez, the lefty, gets a swing and a miss and gets ahead 0-1. Hernandez, making his 4th appearance on the mound. He has started 2 games, so coming on in relief for his 2nd time. Yet to record a win or loss, 0-0, as he hits the zone on the 0-1 pitch and gets ahead 0-2. 12 innings pitched for Hernandez in his previous 3 outings. ERA of 1.75 is the co-leader, along with Stuhl Satz in that category. Looking for K early on. 0-2, got it, Shazam! 3-0 Great Bend on top as Hernandez blows one by Garcia. And that'll bring up Remington Miller.
The pitcher, number 13, Remington Miller.
And Hernandez, he definitely has the strikeout ability as he by far leads the team in Ks as he comes right at a pitch upstairs to Miller for ball number 1. Miller's had the hot bat along with Aaron Trent for Dodge City. 2 for 2, a double and a single. Awaits the 1-0, comes in across home plate high. 2 balls, no strikes. Hernandez mentioned 12 innings of work coming in at 2 tonight. 21 strikeouts in this 12 innings, including 13 back against Larned on June 11th. Stays high and outside. 3-0 count on Miller. And pitched last Wednesday against Hayes in his last outing. 5 innings against Hayes. Gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, walked 2 batters, but had 6 strikeouts. 3-0 pitch, misses in low near the shoe tops of Miller. That'll be a 4-pitch walk with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning.
Shortstop, number 8, Chasten Keck.
So Chasten Keck, who's 0 for 2 here tonight, will come to the plate. And maybe walking Remington Miller, not saying Hernandez did that on purpose by any means, maybe not the worst thing, the way he's swinging the bat here tonight. Didn't give him a chance for an extra base hit. First pitch comes into Keck, comes bouncing in for ball number 1. Hernandez, another one of those pitchers who has yet to record a win or loss, 0-0. His record coming into this outing. And won't have a chance to get a win as Spray has that one locked up as long as Great Bend can finish him off. This one misfires, now 2 balls, no strikes. As Paco quickly pushes the hat off, puts it back on, sends in the 2-0 pitch and finds the zone beautifully. 2 balls, 1 strike. So Hernandez, in his only other relief appearance, it came against Dodge City back on June 9th as he throws to first. He pitched 1 inning in that first game win for Great Bend, 3-2, in Dodge City at Demon Field. His last 2 appearances have been starting. Now coming in relief, misfires on a 2-1. They can't locate underneath. 3 balls, 1 strike. Great Bend's been holding on to the 3-0 lead since the first inning. The 3-1 from Hernandez, swing and a miss by Keck, and a full count as Paco likes his chances now as he stays alive against Keck after he looked in dire straits early on. 3-2, Hernandez sends it across the middle, but Keck was ready for it, fouls it off to the right, into the netting and out of play. Dodge City, they've been able to pull from Spearville, Cimarron area. Another foul ball to the netting. Stays at 3 balls, 2 strikes. Able to pull from a couple of different directions out in southwest Kansas. Great Bend, pretty much all Great Bend players. 3-2 pitch brought in by Chavez. Ground ball goes right side. Hopkins reads it on the bounce, flicks it to second for the first out. Wild throw gets away from Spray and ricochets off the first base dugout. Beck picks it up, the catcher covering behind Spray, and they throw it down to second, but in safely will be Keck. So Keck reaches on a fielder's choice. 2 outs now in the top of the 7th inning, but advances to second base on the wild throw. Here's Tucker Smith with a runner in scoring position, but they need another one. The tying run is on the deck right now here for the Dodge City A's. After splitting with the A's at 3rd place earlier this month, Great Bend a chance to get the sweep. First pitch sails up high to Smith for ball number 1. A lot of action coming up this weekend for the Chiefs, starting Friday morning at 11 o'clock in Buhler for the McPherson tournament. 1-0 pitch gets a big hack from Smith that comes whiffing. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on board at second, 2 outs. Hernandez steps off the rubber, looks the runner back to the second base bag. Three innings from Spray, 3 from Chavez. Hernandez trying to finish things off, keep those arms fresh for the weekend. Another big swing coming up empty. Smith unable to time up a fastball from Hernandez. And now a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Paco with 1 strikeout to start the inning and trying to finish the inning in the same fashion. 2 outs, 1-2 count, 3-0 lead for Great Bend. Paco sets, delivers the 1-2, off speed, got him, that'll do it. Great Bend winners of 5 straight games. They get the sweep against the A's. A 3-0 start in the first inning, but that was good enough for the Chiefs as Great Bend wins 3-0. We'll step aside, post-game show coming up on GreatBendPost.com. Back at the Great Bend Sports Complex to wrap up a doubleheader sweep for the Chiefs in Legion baseball action as they take care of business against Dodge City, winning the first game 9-4 and get the second game victory by a score of 3-0. Post-game show on GreatBendPost.com. Cole Reif with you, Landon Winkler, our producer. Good outing for the Chiefs, who have now won 5 straight games. Offense is starting to come alive. The pitching has been the same, great all season long. And it should be a fun weekend coming up for the Chiefs out in McPherson for that Hooper Classic coming up. That'll start this Friday in Buhler at 11 o'clock. Then a 3:20 game later that afternoon in McPherson. So some good competition coming the way for the Chiefs and starting to have some success in the summer. After going 7-13 this past spring, same guys, Legion ball, a little bit different beast, but still success is starting to carry over for Great Bend right now, off to a 8-2 starts with losses against Hayes and at Dodge City earlier this year, but now 3-1 against the Dodge City A's as they complete the sweep here tonight, winning game number 2 by a score of 3-0. And the first inning was all the fireworks that Great Bend needed in that first inning. A strikeout, Poe led off the inning, but then Stulsatz reached on an error, Hernandez reached on a walk, and then Steph Spray would hit a 3-run blast over the fence in left field for a 3-run jack. That would be the only scoring that we would see the entire ball game, as Great Bend would go on to win 3-0. For the Chiefs offensively, really never threatened much after that. In that fourth inning, they got a couple base runners on board, but eventually stranded both. And then for Dodge City, there wasn't a whole lot cooking at all throughout the entire ball game. Dodge City never sent more than 4 batters. Actually, 4 batters except for one time. They only had 4 batters in 6 of the 7 innings. That 6th inning, they got to Chavez a little bit on a couple of walks, but Chavez recorded 5 strikeouts here tonight and had back-to-back Ks to finish off that 6th inning to get out of any trouble and squash the really big opportunity that Dodge City had here tonight, as it is the Chiefs coming away with the win in game number 2 by a score of 3-0. So Steph Spray gets the win here tonight, as he started out this evening, as Coach Randy Beck was very careful with his pitch counts and his pitcher's arms going into this weekend's action, trying to keep everybody fresh and available for the weekend. And I think for the most part he was able to do that here tonight after Steph Spray was pitching well again this evening. He got the hook after 3 innings, but was in position for the win and does go on to get the win. Gave up just 4 hits in those 3 innings, able to scatter them about to a certain point, and had 3 strikeouts in the 3 innings of work, as he picks up the win here tonight as he goes to 3-0 on the season. Edwin Chavez pitched great in relief as he went 3 innings, gave up 1 hit, couple walks, 5 strikeouts, and then Hernandez pitched the final inning here tonight, gave up 1 walk, and also had 2 Ks this evening. So Great Bend comes away with the win, 3-0. Randy Beck will be joining us here in just a moment as we'll run through the offensive numbers for the Chiefs. Jade Poe goes 0 for 3 from the plate here tonight. Tyler Stulsatz 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch. Hernandez 2 for 2 tonight with a double and a single. It was Steph Spray going 1 for 3. One of the 3 hits, a big one though, in that first inning, the 3-run blast. Haberman 0 for 2 with a walk. Beck 0 for 2. 0 for 2 for Matthew Mater. 0 for 2 for Chavez. Joseph Mater in his debut tonight had a good first game. Second game going 0 for 2. And then Bradley Hopkins also going 0 for 2 tonight. So definitely a pitcher's game in game number 2. But Great Bend able to get their damage done in that first inning with a 3-run homer by Steph Spray. Head coach Randy Beck joining us. And, man, it's good to see him hit one over the wall. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened here tonight.
Oh, my gosh. And we had opportunities, and we just didn't cash in on it, Kind of game 2 kind of went back to what we were doing in the spring. We'd leave runners, a handful of runners every game in scoring position, just couldn't quite get that blast. But, the Freeze kid settled in, after the first inning, and he's pretty good. He once he gets a slider going and gets in the rhythm, and, we're trying to break his rhythm, but he's pitched some good games against us over the years.
How much was it in your mind to keep all those pitch counts down, knowing you got a lot of action coming up starting Friday? A lot. I mean, that's why we went through 6 pitchers tonight. Obviously, we want to be ready for the weekend, but, I have no problem putting those kids out in situations, and they responded tonight on the mound. I mean, Steph Sprague gets the win here tonight. He was great in the 3 innings. Probably could have gone longer if, it's a different situation. But Chavez, 3 innings came in, 5 strikeouts here tonight. A nice season high for him in a 3-inning outing.
Yeah, he had his stuff going. His curveball was really working. That thing was breaking almost too much. He was having trouble keeping it in the zone. So, we need to do a little adjusting on that. But nonetheless, he threw well, and he was in the zone quite a bit. And, they swung through a lot of pitches.
Playing without Sage Kelch here tonight, but you got back Joseph Mader in that lineup. Talk about, getting just another body to be able to play with Joseph back in the lineup.
Oh, yeah, that's good to have guys, Too bad he couldn't play 11, but we play 10, and roll him in and out and get him in different positions. But it was nice to have Joseph back in. Swung it pretty well first time back, so that's a good added player for the team for sure.
After the spring season, are you starting just to see now more reps for this team, and it's starting to pay off, seeing the success in the win-loss record?
Yeah, I think so. We talked about last time approaches and, just different things like that. And I think they're starting to buy in a little bit better now. And then, obviously if you have some success, with that mental approach, that definitely helps out. And I think we're seeing that a lot more.
McPherson tournament coming up this weekend, starting Friday at 11 o'clock, then 3:20 for your second game. Excited to see some different teams and a lot of action coming your way.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumping in the tournament, that's always fun atmosphere, and not only do you play against different teams, you get to see a lot of different teams compete and some players around the state, and that's always a fun thing, especially for kids. They know other kids from other teams and what they can and cannot do, and we kind of grew up in a different world. Everybody's got Twitter and everybody puts stuff, on the media. And when I grew up, there wasn't any of that.
Did you guys write letters to each other?
Word of mouth.
Okay, all right. There you go. Hey, Coach, appreciate it. Nice job. 5 straight wins, and you're not eking out wins anymore. You're winning games by 3 and 5 runs. Nice job.
Yeah. That was nice tonight.
Not bad. Coach, appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Cole.
That's Randy Beck, head coach of the Great Bend Chiefs, as they come away victorious in both games tonight. 9-4 in game number 1 and a 3-0 win in game number 2, their third shutout in the last 4 games for the Chiefs. Now sitting at 8-2 on the season and winners of 5 straight games, and they'll take their act on the road this weekend. Friday it starts up in Buhler for the McPherson tournament at 11 o'clock against the Kansas Senators. Then they face Salina coming up that second game at 3:20. Tim Gross will have the call on GreatBendPost.com. Again, 2 wins, the sweep for Great Bend. Saying good night from the Sports Complex NGB, I'm Cole Rife.